held you up a little bit over here. That was nice of it.
The problem is he's so fast on the straight and then slow on the corner. But I guess that's the practice.
Yep. How's the car feel with the lower tire pressure?
Feels better on the low speed, but not as good on the high speed.
Okay, so we'll leave them where they are.
Yeah.
Just leave them where they are.
Although the only thing I'm curious, is there a pressure difference between left and right? Yeah.
All right, whenever you want to go out. You put your snapback up. Drop it.
Attention to my leg, down to my right. We're going down. Little while I got these ties. Those who survive know the one more time.
Well, there we go. I'm sorry, guys. I did not do the big intro. I apologize. I was over on the VO Pod. They're gonna Jake's gonna come over here. He's gonna be my guest tonight. So we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna talk. We're gonna talk a lot tonight. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be awesome. Welcome to the show, guys. Every Wednesday night when I have time. It is going to be a little coming up. We're going to have some changes to the schedule over the next few weeks just because of all the kids getting out of school stuff and all of that. So, yeah, it's good stuff, man. Let's see who's actually in the chat tonight. Agrillopus is in the chat. He was first one in. A Helping Hound is up there. You say, I need new games. Racing was always fun. I'm looking at, flight simulators are cool, man. SD Guy 64, good to see you. Anson Knowles, chairman of the board, good to see you. Kevin, Are We Not Minions? Good to see you as well, sir. And it's interesting that you're on because I was just thinking about you earlier today. I got to call you early the first part of the week and get an idea about what all the parts are. The last text I have from you is that I need to make a list, and I just haven't made the list yet. So, anyway, that's not Are We Not Men? That's Mr. That's not Are We Not Men? That's my buddy Kevin. That's my buddy Kevin making fun of Are We Not Men? So yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's just what did Flo do to, or what did Are We Not Men do to Flo? I think it's funny as fuck, Kevin. Let me see what else we got. We'll talk about Are We Not Men here in a minute. What's up, Straight Jacket 5150? Cool, good to see you in the chat. Got that sweet membership glow. That's what's up. All right, so oh, YouTube's filtering stuff. That's gay. All right, let me play a couple of my. I got to do some public service announcements. The first one, of course, is we've all seen that this is an adult show. We use adult language. Blah blah blah. Don't cry. Here's the other one. I'm going to play this really quick. If at any time that you feel like whining, crying, bitching, moaning, or cajoling, just remember.
Everyone does it. Now you can do it too. Shut the fuck up. Shut your mouth. Shut up. Shut the hole in your face. Like that. You can do it. Shh. Shut up. And shut the fuck up.
All right. That's right. You can do it too. He really caused trouble earlier. Yeah. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, please stand by for an important announcement from our host. Are We Not Men has become a complete dickbag, cock socket. Are We Not Men says he has declared war upon us, ladies and gentlemen. He has decided that he has declared war. So that cocksocket has. I got this. Hang on. Let me just. I got a message the other day from somebody. Remain nameless. That that Are We Not Men, for some stupid ass reason, continuously seems to warn or pass information to this person, whether they want it or not. Shit, how long do we got to do this? All right, so so the other night I was on the Raging Tomato, and Are We Not Men was on there. So the little wee Todd looking guy He looks like Wee Todd. You remember that little guy? His name was Todd. He was Wee. We call him Wee Todd. Yeah. So Wee Todd was on the Tomato the other night, and he kept getting timed out because he was being a dick. And I think it was Naomi that actually was timing his dumb ass out. Well, he thought it was me. I was too busy debating people to time his punk ass out. But he was screaming and yelling about why he was getting punked. And then I think Uncle Fatty started punking his ass and banning him. And he was just crying like a little bitch that he is. So then so I get a message. Seems like Are We Not Men is trying to turn the audience against me. Well, good luck with that one. Everybody loves me. And if you don't, fuck you. I get a message. I'm like, he's got the other mods pissed at him now. And then my benefactor messages me. He messaged me after your stream and said, basically, he is going to war with us. I'm like, okay, what a buffoon. And so I was warned, just be ready for a lot of dumb trolling and rumors spread. And I said, well, no one likes Are We Not Men to start with. And I said, he needs to hide his ass or I'm going to get Mr. E and some of the other people involved and just, remind them why they keep banning that little wee Todd. And I was, the fellow who's talking to me says he may be the first person who receives an ass whooping of a lifetime on live stream. He is stupid to think I haven't already used his phone number to track his location. This is not me saying this, folks. This is a text that I received. If he tries to pull anything like the bullshit his lover Easy did, he might have to get used to using a feeding tube. And I'm like, I said, I did notice something about, Wee Todd the other night. And I was, the response was, I'm not sure how connected he is to Andrew and Mr. E anymore, but from what I heard, they may have kicked him out again. And blah, 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 blah. And so that was the end of that. So basically, Are We Not Men is, while he thinks that I'm the one that's pissed, I don't give a shit. You can troll the fuck out of me. I don't give a flying fuck. Right? But that dude is straight crazy. Like he acts like he's just trolling a little bit. I'm just being a cute little troll. You can't handle a little trolling. Well, fuck that guy. Because he's the one that gets all pissed off. And I mean, he cries worse than any female that hasn't already appeared on whatever. I'm just going to put it out there. That cock wallet just cannot get enough gayness in his life. He is literally the worst example of a man that I've ever had the displeasure of being associated with. I can't believe I hung his dumb ass around so long as a moderator. No, I let the stash grow this week. I'm sorry. I hadn't shaved since Sunday. Sorry. No, it's not a weird shadow. That's actually hair growth. Yeah, I'm sorry. I got to be careful. The gray comes in pretty quick. Yeah, and so I guess why I'm saying all of this is he's an attention whore. Emphasis on the whore. So the best thing to do is I'm just going to ignore him. If the mods want to time him out because he's trolling the chat, he gets what he gets. But other than that, fuck that guy. He doesn't belong. He's not a part of us. He's not one of us. He's not with us. So that's it. It's all good. Yeah, it does look like dirt. I mean, look, guys, when it comes in, It's just I got too much gray, man. I can't ever let it get past this. I'll have to shave in the morning. But anyway, so that's where the we are not the we Todd are not men guy is at. So at any rate, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great week already. And here we go. Agrillipus making it better by donating some memberships. Fuck yes. Fuck yes. Memberships all around. Thank you very much, Agrillipus. That is awesome. So anyway, as you guys know, I had a debate on the Raging Tomato the other night. I did. I feel like that I brought a lot of energy, a lot of heat to that battle. I don't know what you guys think. I do know that Anson Knowles. We got TTS coming through, guys. 1 second. Thanks for the grift, Chuck in Tennessee. I appreciate that. $5. I hope you can spare it, man. I know you're still building back. So, yeah, I'm curious what I want some feedback. Whoa, 50 memberships, chairman of the board throwing it down. That's what I'm talking about. That's insane. That's crazy. We're going to be gifted. It's nothing going to be nothing but a row of memberships being gifted. I like it. I like it a lot. Damn, son, that's awesome. Appreciate that. Uh, 13. I don't blame you for that. I think that I think it's tough with. I'm going to start doing a special membership stuff. Wow, look at all those memberships roll by. All right, good guys, good. Jake from VOPod will be our guest tonight. He will be along shortly. I'm going to do a little bit of a monologue here in a minute. We're going to, and hopefully that Jake will be able to get in on that because we've got some of it's going to be stuff that he's going to be very, very interested in. So we're going to. Oh, you're doing emotes? I love emotes. Hook it up. Hook it up. I love emotes. That's what up. The whole chat is green. Looks like everybody got one, but Clover Tack $20. How much wood would it? Now the TTS is going to pick this up when all the memberships roll through. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck had a 50 BMG? Heck yeah, man. How is NRA? Are you at NRA right now, Clover Tack? I should have come to Asheville. I should have. But I don't have time, dude. I got so much going on. We'll go over what's going to happen the next week or so. I mean, I might as well do that now while I'm waiting for this. You got home early this morning? That's awesome, dude. So I should have gone to Asheville, but I can't, man. I've got so much going on right now. It's insane. So it's I just can't. I just don't have the time right now. I wish I did, but I think there were several debates, Jack. So we got $5 from Chuck in Tennessee. Tennessee will rise again. I wanted to make sure that that got read. I really appreciate Chuck throwing that out there. That's meaningful to me. If you were gifted a membership, please remember that these guys are doing this out of the kindness of their hearts. So be cool. Be cool. So it's a lot of memberships, man. It's a lot. And I'll let the TTS get this.
Agralepolis donated $20. Super chat. Saluting face emoji.
It does it in order, and I can't skip it. So we'll just have to wait. Clover Tack to hear your TTS read. All right, ladies and gentlemen, back to business. So once once this all finishes up, who else is there, CL? Who else is there, Ben? Name them off. I know some of them. What's up, Lord of Pies? What's up, my man? What's up, all of you guys? Good to see everybody in the chat. Good to see everybody in the chat. I hear that Beth has a debate coming up. What's the rifle I got up there? That is a 308 AR-10 DPMS pattern gun. Is Nora going live? Well, Jake's going to be on my show here in a minute. So, yeah. We'll check it out. So what I would love to know, what is the bow? This is a Hoyt Dorado takedown. Yeah. Yeah, the Hoyt is sweet, man. It's such a great bow. Man, this is slowing the show down. Anyway, we're gonna try and move forward here. Doomerang, you received that from Agrillipus. So that's what's up. I'm waiting for the TTS to come through. Mike, you have to have it turned on to receive one. There's something you have to do in your settings, and some people it just doesn't work for. Mike says he never gets memberships. Yeah, I don't know that I ever get them either. But I'm a branded account, so I can't usually. Whoa, 50 more? What? We're gonna be going all night with this. Yeah, it can't be a branded channel. So I've never been able to get any subscriptions. I have to buy them. So. All right. Well, I'm going to try and do a show here, even though this is, I keep having this thing interrupt me. So I hear that Beth has a debate coming up, and it's going to be her and Emmett, I think. So that'll be interesting. Lord of Pies, don't die, man. Don't die, brother. Furburger 2.0 debate. I heard that, Hanson. I heard that. I wish you'd scheduled it for tomorrow night so that I can watch it. But I'll be doing my show, so I won't be able to watch it on Friday night. So it would have been way cooler if you did it tomorrow night. You'd be way cooler if you did it tomorrow night, is what I'm saying. So I can watch it, make comments, and yell at people that need it. I like yelling at people. Naomi, it was hilarious the other night that Todd was getting so angry at me, but it was actually you that was timing him out. And then it was Uncle Fatty timing him out. But it was hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Yeah, I don't do TikTok. It's spelled Wee Todd. W-E-E, tiny Todd. Tiny Todd. It's just easier to say Wee Todd. Just saying. Yep. Such a great name, right? It's so fitting. Tiny Todd. Todd is his lesbian name. Anyway, so we had quite a week this week, guys, and I don't know if you guys have been following. I'm sure you guys follow some politics, maybe not as much, as you might have not long ago, but certainly lately the political realm has been spicy, been very spicy. And so it's interesting when what you hear in the press versus the reality of what's going on is kind of insane. Did anyone notice, for example, that the interest rates are actually slipping? Did you guys know that? Notice that? The U.S. Treasury unexpectedly reported that in Q1, the U.S. debt funding needs were $2 billion less than the Treasury forecast in February. Now, I wish I'd had this for my debate the other night. I would have used it. It would have put the final nail in the coffin as it is. They took an L anyway, but this would have been the biggest of L. $2 billion less in Q1. And in Q2, Treasury is already expected to need $53 billion less. $53 billion less than it forecast 90 days ago, 3 months ago. 90 days ago. So this means that our interest rates are going to continue to slide. When I just looked yesterday, I think, and it might have been Monday, just a day or so ago, I looked 4.21. 4.21. Mr. I know I was echoing you. We were on the same page. So in other words, Doge is working. Doge is working. Doge is getting it done. They're getting it done. The media has been lying to you, folks. It's what they do. It's the only play they got. They lie, misrepresent, hypothesize. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. And all you have to do is look around and just pay a little tiny bit of attention. I'm going to get into some specifics, but before I do, I got to quote Joe Rogan. Life is so hard that poor people are fat. Life is so hard that poor people are fat. Joe Rogan had it right. All right, so just to give you guys an idea about what's been going on, because this is interesting, because again, the press is been off the fucking rails. Fertilizer's down. We need that. It grows things. Fuel we used to power vehicles with, down. Basic groceries, down. Eggs are almost back within reason, ladies and gentlemen. Freight costs, down. Although it's not quite as down as it should be, but we're getting there. What's up, Yetter? How you doing? You never did say how you know me, Yetter. But I digress. If you do know me, DM me on any of my other social medias. Tires, down. They're down. Border crossings. Oh, yes. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, last week, 178 border crossings in a week. That's down from 90,000 a week in the Biden administration. 90,000. 90,000 a week, down to 178. Tell me again how this is not working. Deportations are up, and we're deporting the right people. There you go. Interest rates coming down. I just covered that. Truth of CV is up. Healthcare, they're active investigation into healthcare fraud and the quality of healthcare that we're actually getting. Active investigation, not just lip service, but actual investigations. The trade deficits are changing hourly. That giant sucking sound that you hear is the stopped and possibly reversed industrial production is increased since Trump's first term. And I mean like a lot, like not a little bit, and it, to the point where it was 35% growth in the last 100 days. You have any idea how major that is? 35% growth. That's insane. CPI is down as well. Ladies and gentlemen, why do we listen to the press? Why do we listen to those idiots? Yeah, all this stuff is wrong. Like literally, if you ask a man off the street, he'd tell you that interest rates are going higher. And they slipped 2 full points down from mid sixes, 4.21 yesterday. 4.21. Now, that's not great. I'm not saying that's great. I would love interest rates to be in the twos. But it's progress. Right, Mr. is right. Production goes up, inflation goes down. This is the way it always works. It always works that way. It can't work any other way. But yet, while all of this is happening, while we are winning day after day after day, RFK Jr. has an 89% negative coverage. When RFK is mentioned in the press, 89% of the time, it's negative. And this comes from the Media Research Center, by the way. This piece. The rest is just, I gathered that shit from everywhere. Negative coverage of Elon Musk is 96%. 96% negative coverage, according to the Media Research Center. 96% of the time that Elon Musk is mentioned in the press today, it's negative. But the real true badass in all of this, Pete Hegseth, coming in at 100% negative media coverage. 100%. Like, they can't even admit this man does anything right while he is in there clearing house in the Department of Defense and the Pentagon. He's out there doing exactly what Trump told him to do, and 100% of the time he's mentioned in the press, it is negative. Why do we listen to these bastards? Why do we listen to these cockwallets? I don't get it. I don't know why anybody would. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Naomi says to yell at you guys. There's 20 likes and 37 of you guys in chat. So hit the like button. You don't want Naomi mad. Nobody wants that. Yeah. All right. We've chairman of the board says twat wallets grid. Court economists are twat waffles. All right. I am referencing the mainstream media, and we're gonna get there shortly. We're gonna get there. We're gonna understand what's going on, and we're gonna dissect a little bit of the mainstream media. I'm waiting on Jake to get here. If somebody's over on Jake's from State Farm's channel, tell Jake to clock out at State Farm and come on over here and hang out. So we can get some stuff done, and we'll make it happen, Captain. But anyway, so yeah, it's terrible out there, folks. It's terrible, and most of it is due to the press. The press, the media, the various knuckleheads out there who run their money makers 24/7 are taking a big L right now, but they don't care. And we're going to talk about why they don't care here in just a few minutes. Kind of waiting on my guest tonight before I goes in there. The donos are actually hilarious. Really love it. Keep it coming, guys. It's very funny, and I like all of it. It's gonna be going. It's very funny. But You feel like my date? Nah, they're the thing is that they're running a little long because they were trying to do a review of his thing on Destiny. He's got the link. What about Gash? Gash that's low tier. Can do much better. Yeah, mainstream media has been co-opted. I agree with that. All right, now let me see if I can get this from Clover Tech in here. We'll re-trigger this. Yeah. Cock holster, cock wallet, money maker, whatever. I want to thank all of the folks that have sent in donos so far tonight. I really appreciate it. The grift must flow, and I'm really happy to have all of the grift come in. It really makes it makes my job easier when I have to go inside and justify myself to my wife. Craig, thoughts on Jim Bob on whatever this week? Him reading strumpet tweets totally has to become a thing. I didn't get to watch any of that. I've been actually, I really haven't said anything about it, but over the weekend, Saturday, actually, I strained my back. I don't know how. I strained my back, could barely move Saturday, could barely move Sunday. And Monday, I was moving like stupidly slow and, basically I was just in a lot of pain. And I'm just now back to where I can like move pretty good. So all I've really done is if I wasn't on here, I was sitting in front of my computer working or in bed. That's it. I hadn't done anything else. That's what it is. We're going to get into that, Lord of Pies. I'm 100% with that one. Maybe it'll trigger now. Well, oh, man. I threw my back out in bed. No, unfortunately, I didn't throw my back out in bed, but that would be a good story. That would be a good story if that happened. Thank you, Naomi. I appreciate that. The Abyss, the Meat Muffin, Bearded Clam, Moose Knuckle, Beef Curtains, Mother of All Souls, Birth Camp. Like that one. Mount Pleasant, Black Bess, Mustard Pot, Organ Grinder, Pecan Patty, Pink Canoe, Punani Crease. That's pretty good. Beef Curtains. Yeah. Organ Grinder is crazy. Yeah. Labius Maximus. Speaking of Imperious, where the hell is he? He hasn't been around in a minute. And by the way, has anybody seen or talked to Mr. Boulay? I sent him a message. He hasn't responded. He hasn't been on in like a couple of weeks. I'm getting kind of worried about that guy. I hope he's okay. We may have to do a welfare check on Mr. Boulay. Whoa, Naomi, that's mean. That's mean. That's kind of uncalled for, honestly. Kind of uncalled for. All right, let me send Jake a message. Yeah, I DM'd him this week, and I was like, "Hey, man," I DM'd him the other day. I'm like, "Hey, man, you okay? I miss you. I've noticed you haven't been around. So, what's up?" All right. All right. So anyway, yeah, our press in the U.S. it's very interesting. Our media, mixed media, whatever, it's pretty terrible. It's pretty terrible. The sport brand has been MIA. That's true. There's been a few sport brand, Mr. Boulay. I mean, obviously, Glenn. Glenn might pop on later. You know, he's been super busy. And it's a you know, so I mean, yeah, been some people missing. A little concerned. I mean, I'm kind of concerned about Mr. Boulay because he's like, you know, pretty solid, and you know, he's not. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you would say, but he just seems to me like it's pretty solid. But he was being like really super busy at work. So you're worried about Clover Tack? Clover's just busy. He's just a busy dude. He's probably still listening, maybe, if his wife lets him. Doge has been doing its job, and it will continue to pay off. But the examples I gave earlier, I wish that they had been released pre-debate so I could have incorporated those. But it's amazing the effect of Doge. So, yeah. Angel Berber's right above you, Chairman. I like Angel Berber. Angel's pretty good. Pretty good dude. All right. Yeah, the stocks are catching up. Mike took off your leash tonight. Okay. All right. Calm down, Naomi. Calm down. Naomi's going to go straight gangster up in here. You're joking? It's still on? Okay. All right. Yeah, our press is pretty ridiculous, and you can see this all throughout our history. Since right around 1960, and we started getting a national press. And once that happened,
Clover Tack
there we
donated
go.
$20 super chat.
TTS.
How much could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck had a 50 BMG?
Worth it. Worth the wait. Let's see if it re-triggers. Dude, we're still going on the memberships, man. It's so crazy. We got like 2 hours of memberships going on. But at least we got the TTS out of the way. All right. Where is Mikey? Naomi? He's not in the chat, man. Not in the chat. Is he out? I bet he's out doing something cool. I think we just about got enough to last to the end of the show, but challenge accepted. Yeah, that's good that he's spending time with his kid. That's important stuff. I do proudly take Cash App, Venmo, whatever. I didn't put it in the description tonight. If you guys want to donate, and the only way you can donate is Cash App or Venmo or even PayPal. PayPal is set up, and we'll take your money however you want to send it in. Promise. Kids are really important, and what's more important is what you're teaching your kids. So, my son learns a lot of stuff. So, I keep waiting on Mike. Mike seems to be in heavy discussion. Give me one sec. Yeah, I don't know. Where is Kissy Cat? That's so odd. Kissy Cat's not around. Ovaries in overdrive. That's hilarious. Oh yeah, Kissy Cat. That's the curse of being the pharmacist lady. So anyway, the other night while we're waiting on Jake Farm to get here, I'm going to page him again. So let's just do a little bit of a sidebar. So the other night, Doge debate, the guys made some pretty decent points, right? But they kept having to come back. They couldn't really defend directly, because the reality is they really only had three basic points that they could talk about. That, depending on whose numbers you believe, that they had thus far missed their goal. The second was that, well, Elon's not elected and security, whatever, which they really didn't play to that much. They didn't play to all that much. It was just an interesting side ploy, I guess. And then the last thing that they kind of tried to appeal to, or the last basic and look, they made a lot of different arguments, but the last basic argument that they wanted to make was that Doge wasn't an entity that could prosecute fraud, and they were actually trying to. They were actually really trying to that, or not necessarily that that Doge couldn't prosecute the fraud, but they couldn't even. Their argument was they couldn't even know it was fraud because they're not a court. They can't determine fraud, which I think was an absurd argument and I called it absurd, I think, at least 3 or 4 times. Pentuple did excellent. Being a lawyer, having a lawyer in there, especially, I don't think that he does a lot of debate. Um, I don't think he does a lot of like blood sport debate. He's more of a discussion guy. So that was good. While I'm waiting on Jake, who watched the debate the other night and would like to discuss their opinions upon it? Anyone? I know you guys are really busy talking about ovaries. Should be talking about mammaries. What was the question again? Did you see the debate the other night, Arctic Timberwolf? If you saw the debate the other night with Pentuple and I versus the classy, neurotic, and on Doge, did you catch that one? Well, that's because he kept repeating everything. Oh, you didn't see that? Well, you should watch it. It's pretty good. Watch the first part of it. It got really repetitive. Angel Berber is correct. After the halfway point, they could only make 3. I made like 10 arguments. They only contended with about 4 of them, maybe. And so I contended with the 3 arguments they made, but instead of introducing new arguments or at least going back over the ground they'd already covered a little, from a little different angle, it really was bad. So at the end of the day, I think that you just kind of had to. I was bored. I had to just be like, whatever. What's up, Wicked Wally? Did you catch the debate the other night on Doge over on the Raging Tomato? It became obvious when I started to lay the sarcasm and jokes on thick. Me is me. But yeah, come on. They weren't being, first of all, they stopped, it stopped kind of being in good faith, right? Like it was, hey, there's Kissy Cat. We paged her. She showed up. So, man, I was really hoping somebody who watched the debate that could come up and kind of go. We could discuss it a little bit. Did it was all mainly they really only hit the mainstream media talking points, and when you called them out on those, they didn't have a lot to back it up. Matter of fact, I don't think they had anything to back it up. So that's interesting, right? I'm surprised Ben doesn't want to come up and talk about it. But we'll see. Agrillipus sent in another big 20. Right, man, awesome. Thank you. Really appreciate that. All right. Wicked Wally, I'm going to drop you the link. Jake from State Farm is supposed to be my guest tonight, but he's still over on his own channel going over the debate that he had with Destiny. So, and I'm just chilling tonight anyway, guys. This is not, I'm not being like super serious or anything. Let me see if I can get Pentuple to come on. And I'm going to get Pentuple to jump over, and I'm probably going to get Wicked Wally. Wally, can you jump up? You're on the clock. All right, that's fine. That's buddy. All good. Wally, you got to go watch that debate on Doge the other night. It was pretty good. I broke YouTube. Yeah, it just keeps going and going and going. What's up, Pentuple? How are you?
What's up? How's it going?
It's good, man. It's good. It's good. Real good. I got a reply to Kissy Cat here. You've done wrong. YouTube will not let you gift memberships anymore. It says you've reached your limit. Well, that's goals, I guess. Kissy Cat, if you need to, I do have it. I haven't put it in the description, but I do have the Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal if you want to donate that way, if that's just easier for you. But however it works out. But apparently she cannot gift memberships anymore. I think Gorillapus is trying for that as well. So yeah, there you go. Performance issues, I get it. What's up, Joshua Graham? Good to see you. Pentuple, my man. We were just talking about the debate the other night, and because the guest is supposed to be here, he's still wrapping up another thing. So, and I was like, well, I feel like we did pretty good, but
I thought we did good too.
Angel Berber made the I believe correct statement that about halfway through I got tired of repeating myself. I'm adding the repeating myself part, and I seemed very bored, and he could tell because the amount of sarcasm and humor got extra thick coming from me.
The topic was pretty simple, and there's not too much to go off, but ultimately I thought what it really came down to was the two sort of like side goals, right? There's the retroactive uncovering waste and fraud that we know has happened, and then setting up and updating the systems to prevent it for the future, right? If they were to only deliver on the one that they were suggesting was the primary promise was just to go retroactively.
Which, to be honest, it was a campaign promise, which it's weird.
Well, I would say it was something we certainly promised to go after. We understand there's logistic hurdles to actually uncovering waste, fraud, and abuse. You can't, by definition, uncover all of it. But the idea that even if they had delivered on finding $2 trillion of waste, fraud, and abuse retroactively, but did nothing to update the systems to prevent that going forward, that would have been a failure of Doge's promise. Right. So it's, if you had to choose between one of the two goals, the one is obviously the one going forward, but they're both valid because they're both part of the campaign promise of Doge and the purpose of Doge. Because while Doge is updating the systems, you might as well be taking a look at the data that you're collecting and the data that we're integrating into these systems. And if we can find that's just you might as well conduct an audit while you're looking at the data. Like, hey, you're looking at the paper, just let me know if anything sus is on it. Like, we might as well. It's all computers.
Well, everything we didn't know, which we couldn't know because it didn't drop until yesterday. Doge is working, and we can see it because in Q1, U.S. debt funding needs were $2 billion less than the Treasury forecast in February. And in Q2, the Treasury is expected to need $53 billion less than it forecast 90 days ago.
And how do they usually do on this forecast? I'm sure they typically would exceed them.
Yeah,
probably.
usually it's the other direction, right?
Oh, you say typically it's probably like we need more, like we went over, right?
Yeah, we're running it.
So even if it was hard to quantify exactly what the savings were, you could probably make an argument that, I mean, even a portion of that, if you wanted to be conservative, is like certainly a result of Doge, giving us more data and on visibility into the cloud we're just throwing money in.
Yeah, right. Also, the unexpected drop in the pro forma debt issuance may be the reason why yields have been sliding all day. This is from my report that I get in the mornings, and interest rates are at 4.21%, or at 4.2. And at 4.21% are at session lows. 4.21%, man. Interest rates are sliding down, and then I get, because I'm all into this stuff. So then this morning I get this thing, and it's basically this is about the press and how the press is kind of screwing us over and lying to us, right? And so people keep falling for the idea that everything is more expensive right now. However, the reality is fertilizer is down, and we need that, right? Fuel down. Basic groceries are down. Now, yes, your Wagyu steak is still going to be expensive. I'm just saying. Your lawyer.
Eggs are down.
Huh?
Eggs are down.
Eggs are down. Eggs are way down. They're almost back to where they were.
The chickens, it doesn't take that long to raise a chicken. Huh?
Yeah. Freight is down. Cost of tires are down.
Clovertack donated $20. Super chat.
I love this.
How much could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck had a 50 BMG?
What was that?
That's a TTS. You can't hear it because you're coming in on YouTube.
Oh yeah, my bad.
On YouTube. If you had YouTube up, you could hear it. And it was funny. But anyway, and that's just the those are things that those are commodities that are being tracked right now. So the border crossings, 178 last week versus 90,000 in the Biden administration. It's progress. I'll take it. Deportations are up. Interest rates are down.
Clovertack donated $20. Super chat. How much could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck had a 50 BMG?
Yeah, I can kind of see. Oh, the little. What is that? Is that from like video game?
Diego Garcia tats.
Oh, I got you. Interesting.
It's the marijuana leaf, the smile, the cross, and the skull.
Oh, I'm not up on all of that, man. I'm sorry.
Oh, it was there's this thing today where they were asking Trump about the tattoos on his hand, and that Trump's arguing that it says MS-13, and they photoshopped or added digitally labels MS-13 to show that, to reflect that, and there's like debate about whether Trump thinks that. Well, the debate like 2 weeks ago or a week ago or whatever was that anybody thought that people
$20.
were like that he had Times New Roman
How much could a
like labels tattooed on his hand.
Had a 50 BMG?
But now they're saying that Trump thinks that, which I don't think he does. I just think Trump believes that the symbols represent MS-13.
Right.
I mean, his wife that he beats was covering up the hand tattoos and all of the pictures she posted with heart emojis. Like she was posting pictures of him, and on his hand she would put a heart emoji. And I was just thinking, like, if it's just this innocent, like, oh, it's just I just like the tats. It's interesting. I also wonder if you could just go to a tattoo artist and just be like, hey, like, there be any question about giving me a tattoo like this? In LA, would they know any better? Be like, hey, maybe don't. I don't know. The tattoo artist would be an interesting person to ask about it, I guess. They probably know what tattoo symbols are. Although I doubt gangs probably just go to your local tattoo artist.
I don't know any tattoo.
I get an MS right here on my back and a 1-3. I was thinking, like,
yeah. Why don't you not do that? Why don't you don't?
No, it's not evidence I'm in the gang.
Yeah. So Pentuple, what do you think of the arguments that they made?
I mean, I think that like a lot of the Democratic arguments, they just like the analogy that's stuck in my mind recently is like, like you're 16, you're in high school, and you know that Stacy really hates Olivia, right? And Olivia will walk by, and Stacy's like, I fucking hate her. Like everything she does. Like Olivia will just get her book out of her locker, and she'll be like, Olivia doesn't even need that book for her next class. She needs that for her like 8th period class. And it's like, can you shut the fuck up about Olivia? Like that's the arguments they were kind of making. Like, oh, he didn't deliver on like the promise for 2 trillion, and then they said it was going to be 1 trillion now. Like that's like such an L. Like what a failure. Like it's a weird argument to make. If we're trying to be serious about like the problem is a real issue with government spending. It's not like a video game we're debating where it's like, oh, who ultimately really cares. It's like we're talking about saving $1 trillion. That's still an incredible promise to deliver on. That is not a failure because somebody told you before it was going to be higher. It would still be an amazing delivery.
Yeah, and I have to go back to Angel Berber telling me that I looked bored halfway through. The reason that I looked bored and I started being more sarcastic and a little bit more, the jokes flowed freer. Honestly, it was because I realized that I was arguing with people that had no concept of what they were talking about beyond rhetoric. Like once I got beyond the rhetoric, they were done. They were absolutely done.
I agree with that.
And so when I would start making all of these points, when I would list these things out and talk about all of the various aspects of why these things matter and why a campaign promise is a campaign promise, I just want to get close. And the fact that it is working is in a way, it validates all the things that we wanted to do. So I was pretty happy with that. Arthur Dye likes your infinity screen behind you.
Oh yes, I have this nice green screen up. It's cool. Everything.
Oh, that's actually a green screen. Green screen.
Yeah,
Oh,
I got a green screen up on the wall.
I see. And so you just put that as part of your background through OBS or something?
Yeah. So I just have my where is it? Like I just have this as my browser. So here's what it looked like with just the green screened out. And there's that. It's fun. It kind of just happened because at first I set it up so I could like film stuff with the green screen, and then I was just streaming, and then I realized that it was just behind me anyway, and then I just kind of.
That's cool. I actually really like that effect.
It's some
I don't have
things just happen naturally,
That's an actual monitor. I don't have a green.
Oh, that's sick though. You could do. I like that the background you got with the gun and everything. Air sign.
It changes all the time. I change it all the time.
Yeah.
So
but I'm gonna get off here, but just to double down on that point you were making, where the difference between like a campaign promise and like actually delivering as a president over the course of your term, it's like with the war in Ukraine and Russia, where it's like, oh, he said he was going to end it on day one. And it's like, do you think I regret having Trump in charge of these negotiations because it didn't end on day one? And like, do you think that like I was going to hold him to that as far as failure and success as a binary in this war? I want do we think if Kamala was president that any progress would have been made? Obviously not, because no progress was made while she was in the VP spot. Like while she was in power with Joe Biden to do anything, their team still didn't do anything. So the campaign promise thing, it's they don't want to operate with like more variables than just the one. It's like one variable at a time. I don't know. We're stuck on it.
Chairman says claimed 150 billion savings, but Renaud said unitemized. No, I said unitemized. He just said it didn't exist. No receipts to clap back. I did put it in the back chat for them to look at. I don't know if they ever did, but it was literally, it showed, and it was the BBC's news article that I actually pulled up because I didn't want to be like, oh, it's just that's Fox News. I can't believe Fox News.
Well, as far as receipts, I actually had a document up on the side that, you know, was just Grok summarizing all these different savings that were claimed, but they were rejecting the legitimacy of it. And so throughout the debate, we were making our arguments kind of besides whether we agreed it was 150 billion, 10 billion, whether it was ever going to get to $1 trillion. I feel like we kind of conceded regardless of wherever that lands.
Yeah,
the goals and the intent of Doge are what we're debating, right? As the Doge filled its promise, we getting a nitpicking about whether they believe my numbers that I got from the internet, you know, he's like, or they believe it's just okay.
That's why I say I rarely, and I told him, I'm like, look, man, I don't Google during the thing and during the debate, and I generally don't provide actual numbers because it's ridiculous because nobody's going to take your numbers. Like, I don't care what number you cite. It's an appeal to authority. Every single time
also, it's just like, is the debate really just going to be like what you read on Google today? Like, that's what we're comparing, what you found on Google and what I found on Google. Like, we actually wanted to debate what did we vote for with Doge, especially as two people who voted for Trump. What did we want? What did we expect? What is the goal? What does that delivery look like to us? What are we going to hold them to? A lot of the left is like before the Signal chat, they wanted Hegseth out, right? They hated him already. They didn't even want him in there. So it's like when they're like, oh, he needs to resign. It's like nothing you guys say isn't going to automatically like, oh, you already felt this way. You already were mad. You already hated this. So when we talk about Doge, and especially with Trump delivering on his promises and stuff, and whether people still support him and stuff, it's like, why do they think they have credibility? Like, oh, the lowest approval rating and stuff. It's like, yeah, the same polls that said he was going to lose. That's what you're looking at. Why? Stop believing polls.
the big thing was that they really didn't know anything. Like when I told them that it was going to be, you know, that Elon's commitment was only 130 days, they had never heard that before. I promise you they had.
Yeah.
So SD Guy 64 says the fact they couldn't grasp the concept that we're only 100 days into Trump's term was also really bad faith. Yeah, look, they couldn't grasp a lot of concepts. They also couldn't understand why the VA story was important. It got a lot of laughs, but Renaud called it cherry picking. But it wasn't cherry picking. He asked for an example. I gave an example. It was obviously a humorous example, and I was obviously being bombastic by it. But if you ask me for an example, I'm not going to give you some, you know, from the World News Network, we've got this over here. No, I'm gonna beat you up, right? And then the messy notes. It was a rookie move. I don't normally even use notes. Like normally I do it all from my head. So you know, you're lucky I even use notes, pal. And the only reason I did was because I knew that they were going to go to numbers and try and stat me to death, and I just wanted to have their opposite stats.
Well, that's why I thought it was a good strategy to concede. Like, we don't have to argue and defend this one. Like, we didn't have to die on the hill that we've saved 150 billion. Like, we've saved 150 billion because that's not defeating our premise. It's fine. You're fine. You can reject that. That's fine. Even 10 billion, 20 billion. Like when we're talking about numbers like this, the Democrats love to, and it kind of reminds me of flat earthers, but they switch models, right? They're like, if only the billionaires paid their fair share in taxes. It's like $11 billion is the most any billionaire has ever paid in annual taxes. $11 billion, right? But if you're talking about $11 billion in like saving from a program, it's basically like a fraction of a percent. It's nothing. It's whatever. It doesn't matter. And it's
right.
That's the money you're looking for, that you're saying is going to change the government that we're going to take from billionaires. That's that money. And we found it, and you're like, oh, it's just nothing. Maybe the problem is spending.
Were you in the debate when, or were you in the after debate when I said, hey, let's just say that you had to spend $250,000 in taxes. Would you write that check? Would you be happy about it? And they were like, huh? What? What? I'm like, yeah, would you be happy about it? Oh, I mean, it's your duty or whatever. And I'm like, whatever, you lying.
Was it already taken out from your paycheck? Because I work at Applebee's and that's all I get.
Yeah, right. I don't feel it, right? Yeah, so that's it's interesting for sure. There's a lot of this stuff, man. There's so many. Man, it's just so much nonsense out there. And one of the things we were going to talk about tonight, I know you've got to go, but when Jake gets here, we're going to talk about the press and the way that our media, especially mainstream media, has really, since about the 60s, really failed us.
I'll mention this just on that topic before I go. Did you see the White House Wire thing? WhiteHouse.gov/wire. It's like the Drudge Report, but I guess Trump's team is curating it for the website. It's interesting. It looks like it's Fox News and like reposts from other stuff. I can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like a Drudge Report type thing, but it's interesting. It's like it's new media. You know, the old media is dying, legacy media is dying. They're trying to invade YouTube. They've been doing it for the last 8 years. They've been invading.
Well, yeah, Progressive Victory, your buddy Wick.
Oh, my buddy.
Wick is so weird, man. Like, I don't even know what's up with Wick. He's one
of the classic leftists. I would say
he's so inept. Did you see him get like pummeled on Temple?
I've been in panels with him where I've seen him get red in the face about things he just is absolutely completely unaware of. Like, he has no idea. I know he knows that he doesn't know what he's talking about, and he's getting red in the face because it's like this like passionate emotion like strategy. And I was just like, all right, I'm not really into that. Like, you can go ahead and do that, but there was 2 times, and I won't litigate right now but there were 2 times that we were doing a panel together, and I was just like, you're getting red in the face again over something you read that you know you don't understand, that I know you don't understand, that you like visibly don't understand. And so I don't know. It's like that's what they've resorted to. Is like a emotion and energy, and this, you know, you got to be all like energetic and mad, and that's the only way they get attention anymore, because they haven't adapted their strategy. They're 8 years on. They still racist Nazi swastikas or whatever the fuck for 8 years now. And they have lost everything politically to show for it. Congrats. But it doesn't look like they're even adapting now. So, I mean, hopefully these Trump rallies keep pace, because I think 2026 will go well as long as we all stay on board. And I don't see the passion on our side dying. They want to kill it so bad. Social media is definitely becoming a leftist hellhole again. I don't know if it's like just the algorithm or not, but they're coming out.
Well, I mean, it's their only play right now, and really what they're trying to. I mean, me personally, I think the thing that they're really trying to do is they're trying to push the rhetoric that everyone is against America in the government. Like, Trump is bad, RFK is bad. RFK has no business being whatever, you know. It's hilarious. So,
even though he's the first one, apparently they get them to I've been seeing stuff. I don't know exactly what it is, but apparently a lot of these companies are stopping some of these dyes that RFK told them to stop using, and it was like, we just need him to tell you to stop using it, and you guys would stop using it.
Well, Nonfon's out in the chat.
Well, that's a good time. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Yeah, I'm waiting on Jake to get here. He's got the link. I don't know why he hasn't shown up yet, but that's fine. You know, we'll get him up here.
Catch you.
Hey, man, glad to have you on. You're welcome anytime, man.
Yeah, always.
And you know, good job the other night. See you, brother.
Yep, you too. Later.
Yeah, bye. Hello, John Mosman. How the hell are you? Good to see you, sir. Good to see you. Flight in 4 hours. Just grabbing a snack. I need a snack too. Non-fun. What's up, buddy? What's up, man? How you doing? Non-fun in the house. Non-fun, they really should have had you in that debate. Going to Colorado? I used to live in Colorado. So, why am I insulting your boy Wick? I don't know. There's something about Wick. I don't know. You like Wick, really? He got hammered on Tim Pool, man. Like it was rough. It's rough. You got a house in Colorado Springs? Up until a couple of years ago, I owned a house in Aurora. So you'll take Mosman? All right. It's all right. Oh, I'm sorry to hear you were sick, John Mosman. Sorry to hear about that, man. I sold that house in Aurora, man. Yeah, Aurora has gotten really rough, and I'm glad that I sold that house when I did. I mean, it's a good neighborhood, and it's right behind the Air Force Base, so it's not. It's hard for a lot of shenanigans to go on over there, but still, the rest of Aurora, you know. So. Yeah, Denver is just horrible now, man. Do you live in like Granby or somewhere, Mosman? Denver is a socialist shithole. Let's be accurate about that. It's a socialist shithole. All right, so Jake from the State Farm. Oh, Grand Junction area. All right, I've been through there a lot, man. Oh, you're out near the new shooting center. Yeah, that place is supposed to be legit. I need to go out there. I hadn't been out there yet. Yeah, I forget what they call it. It is awesome. It's nice. Yeah. ZD Dim, what is up? What is up? The name that I always fuck up. Yeah, it's fine. Ryan Lopez up in the house. What's up with you? How are you doing? I actually like Colorado in the summer and spring. That's right. Spam out Nonfon's channel. He doesn't have a whole lot of subscribers, guys. Go check him out. He's a lefty, but he's okay. He's not bad. He has potential. Adam King, I'm doing well, man. I am I'm getting over. I hurt my back earlier this week, but it was fine. It's better now. A lot of going on, man. Just so busy. It's going to be interesting the next few days, part of the week, or actually the next few weeks, really. So all of May is just crazy because of the school's getting out, trips, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Are you calling non-fine commie, Anson? That's hilarious. That's pretty funny, actually. Paging Jake from the State Farm. Paging Jake from the State Farm. Please report to the microphone. I'm not a liberal, but I'm not a monarchist like you. Anson's next comment will be, "That's what I mean. You're a liberal for not wanting a monarchy." Yeah. You're wearing khakis, Sasquatch? I've never seen a Sasquatch in khakis. That's got to be funny. Matt Walsh looks like that one brawny guy from the paper towels. Could see that. Nonfon has a body pillow with Wick TV nude picture on it. Yikes. That's a yikes. That's a yikes. You never seen a Sasquatch in khakis because he's naturally blurry? Okay, I'll take that. All right, guys, on your way in, drop the likes, hit the buttons, do all of the things with all of the buttons, except the dislike button. The dislike button, we do not touch that button. What's up, the Green Gamer? I'm not familiar with you. How the hell are you, sir? Or ma'am, sir? Sure, sir. Anyway, come on, Jake from State Farm. We want to get this rocking. The question, Chairman, is, first of all, you can't be chairman of the board in a monarchy. You'd have to be a baron or something. Adam King found the button. He says, oh, look, a button for the grift. Thank you, sir. For the grift is right. The grift must flow. It must flow. Adam King, if you $10 and up, everyone, $10 and up triggers a TTS. It's a charming British feminine lady reading it. It's very charming. You'll like it. Everyone likes it. So I wore my special Space Force t-shirt for you guys tonight in honor of the Space Force standing out from a crowd. Yeah, so our car Oak, Emmett Anson would be considered a baron of boredom. Yeah. Could be a chairman. Win Space Force, that's right. Come along, Jake. What's up, buddy? I gave you the link. Come on, man. Good job on the Elon debate. Yeah. First time here, Grid, usually on Jake's stream, but also run your own. All right, cool, man. Cool. Jake's a buddy. Jake's a good dude. Normally, it's a little bit more active in here, but I am waiting on Jake to come in to see what we got stuff going on. We're gonna make some stuff happen tonight. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be fun. You're gonna like it. Assuming he comes back from whatever he's eating, Yeah, except it's a space helmet. See, it's a spaceman helmet. What it is. It's a space helmet. Yeah. Yeah. Let Mosman argue. I don't know that Mosman and I have ever actually debated. That'd be funny. Probably. So. Yeah, Smoking Spaceman knows. Space Force in full effect. All right, guys, just waiting. I hate waiting. I'm not very good at it. I've never been good at waiting. Don't have patience. No. Green Gamer is subscribed, ladies and gentlemen. So Green Gamer and Nonfon, for you guys that do not know, anytime you're on our channel here, if you're a creator and you come onto the channel, especially if you come up on stage, now I'm sure that you will at some point. We're being a little earlier or a little bit presumptive, but assuming that I have been on camera with you, or we know you and we like you and we promote your stuff, and every time that you come on the stream, every time you're in the chat, your channel gets promoted. Except for Mosman tonight. I think Mosman has somehow slipped by and not been promoted yet, but we're going to promote him in just a moment. But yeah, so we absolutely, it does show where I rate, Chuck. But yeah, every promoter, you already got Mosman? Awesome. Smoking Spaceman's on it. So yeah, we'll spam you guys out so that, if you've been on the show, you're going to be on the show. We want to promote your channels. We want to grow. A rising tide raises all the boats. Don't touch our boats. But we'll point them out to you. A pirate podcast. There was a massive amount of memberships gifted tonight, and you received one of them. So good to see you. The Pirate Podcast. Not familiar with you, but I hope that you hang around and enjoy the show. We are at kind of an intermission. I'm just kind of rambling while I'm waiting on my guest to get here. He may have gone to sleep. If he laid down on the couch and went to sleep, I am going to laugh so hard. It's going to be so bad for later. It's going to be funny. I'm going to have a good time with it. So, that's right. I did. That's right. ZD Den has my number for real. Like, that's not even kidding a little bit. That's funny, but true. So, I'll put it up there in just 1 second. ZD Den says, I hate waiting because you always get what you want. Always. You're not wrong. You're not wrong about that. So yeah, that's what's up. And yeah, what's the libertarian position? I don't know. I'm not a libertarian. Yeah, I never have to wait, but all my projects do. That's for sure, man. That's legit. That is legit. That is legit. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for pointing out, rubbing the salt right in the wound. Appreciate that. Brian Lopez says he is not a commie, but he knows that commie position. I agree with you, sir. Know thy enemy. Now he's got to make the flour tortillas from scratch. Hey, man. That's good. The libertarian monarchist position. That's interesting. I have to wait till I have Fabian Liberty on. Yeah, Nonfon's been ignoring us lately. He may have dropped. I think Jake from the State Farm is I think he laid down on his couch and he's in siesta right now. I think that's what's up. So we'll see. We'll find out. Anyway, guys, so what I want to talk about tonight, and Jay, I'll just catch Jake back up. What I am doing the Signal Syndicate this week, 100%. That's going to happen. I've got I've tweaked the format a little bit, so make sure you're here Friday night because I'm going to go over the rules. I'm going to go over the format. I'm going to go over what happens, why it happens, and we're going to tweak it a little bit. I'll get some feedback, and then Saturday night, you come down. It's the Syndicate. You're going to debate. It is a blood sport debate, round robin, single elimination. You lose the debate, you lose your chance at winning, and unless you buy back in, and there's some rules here. So there. Somebody's pegging me here. What we got? Ping, ping, ping. There we go. Yeah, absolutely. So we are absolutely doing Signal Syndicate this week. What we're going to be talking about tonight, assuming if Jake comes on, if he's not, if he doesn't come on, that's fine. He can. I mean, look, dude has a real job. He's working all day and then he's streaming at night. That's a rough life. If he doesn't make it, he doesn't make it. It's fine. What we're going to talk about is the media and how the media plays us, right? By us, I mean all of us citizens, all of us normies, all of us outside the media, and even some people inside the media get played. And this is what I mean by that. So I'm going to take it back a minute, right? So when you look at, like, let's go back to Reagan, right? Like, Reaganomics worked, right? The 80s were the age of excess because we had tons of money to spend. We could build whatever we want. We could do whatever we want. Trickle down economics worked. Relieving the tax burden off the wealthy actually worked. All of that worked. And yet for 20 fucking years, I had to listen to people talk about how that it didn't work. And I'm like, no, I was there. I watched it. It worked. And, but you have all of these people. No, the press says it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. What's up, Organized Insanity? I'm not sure I know you, but good to see you on the show. All right, Mosman, good on you, buddy. Go have fun on your stream, man. Good to see you. I'm glad you dropped by. I need to have you back up on the show at some point. It's been a while since you've been on the show. But so the media proclaimed that Reagan was wrong, that that the things he didn't work. Reaganomics didn't work. And a bunch of nonsense. And for for 20 years, people bought into that. They still do to some degree, but it was really bad. I remember when I was a kid, and you'd hear people talk about all of this stuff. And I never really believed that because I hear these people talking on TV or on the radio or whatever. And I was listening to Rush Limbaugh a lot. And I'm like, man, what they're saying is not what I'm seeing. And that's actually what led me to Limbaugh, to be honest with you. And so at that time, you only had one voice, really, that was screaming out, no, they're wrong. Reagan was the greatest president of the time. Reagan did things right. What he did worked. Carter fucked up. Bush fucked up. Bush 2 fucked up. Limbaugh was out there just making all of this noise, and the entire mainstream media was against him. All of it. One voice. And he commanded so much presence, right? And think of the forces arrayed against him, right? I mean, you had mainstream media, alternative media, which was radio at the time. You had they put Howard Stern in the same block to try and pull audience away from Rush Limbaugh. But it was one guy. So the media changed. The media machine, the co-opting of reality changed. And it moved and it pivoted. And then it became not just the mainstream media, but smaller media, radio, TV shows started being insinuated into different aspects of our life, even more and more every day. The Fort Hood shooting was committed by a crazy person with a personal firearm, and yet for months, and probably to this day, if you ask somebody about it, they will literally tell you that it was a lunatic who snuck on base with and stole some soldier's weapon, when it was actually a soldier who snuck a weapon on the base, a personally owned weapon, a pistol, by the way, and shot a bunch of people. But that doesn't fit the narrative, right? It doesn't fit what they want you to hear. And so then you had Clinton, and Clinton, Clinton's financial policies were never really that big an issue. He was, honestly, if everybody wanted Bill Clinton as president, it's the same as voting for Donald Trump. I honestly think that Clinton, absent the degeneracy, his financial policies are very much along the lines of Trump. Maybe a little less aggressive, but very much along the lines of what Trump would do. They're both centrist. They're both populist. What's the fucking difference? It's just one of them leans left on way farther left on social issues, and one doesn't. It's just weird. So, they covered up the entire Clinton, all of the things that Clinton did, like all of it. To this day, there's still people that don't believe that Monica Lewinsky, that her dress was not actually semen stained. People believe that. They think it was a plant because the press said so. Obviously. So the mainstream media for a long time has had their way. I believe it is in a museum somewhere. I believe it was donated. Somebody bought it at auction, and then they donated it somewhere. I don't know that for a fact. It's just a random piece of knowledge I think is bouncing around in my head. Somebody DM Jake and see if he's going to show up. So anyway, the problem is in modern times, the press has lost control. It used to be one guy, Rush Limbaugh, and everybody could poke fun at him, and everybody, they go on TV and they make fun of him, and that was it, right? You had all the talking heads. They would always get trotted out, and they would Bill Maher would be like, Rush Limbaugh doesn't know what he's talking about. He's an idiot. Why are you listening? John, whatever the fuck his name, John. Can't think of guy's name, but John, fuck, I cannot think of the guy who had the political commentary show. John something would come out, and he would say, he would downplay Rush, right? And so you had an array of people that would literally just target whatever Rush said. And then when you come back into it now, if you contrast that to now, you have this social media presence. You have people like me, You have people like Jon Stewart. Thank you, Stephen. You are correct. It is Jon Stewart was exactly the person I was thinking about. That prick, and the other the black guy that is just, he's got the most fluid opinions I've ever heard in my life. The guy is like, 1 minute he's 100% this, the other way is 100% that. No, it's not. It's a young guy. It's a young guy that I can't think of his name off the top of my head. He had a show, and I think they took his show away from him because it sucked. But now that we have, the what's alternative media, I think it's social media, but not Trayvon Martin. That's funny. No. I'll think of it in a minute. I don't really like the guy. Trevor Noah. I don't like that guy. Anyway, so the problem with the press now is the problem we have now, my opinion, is that you've got organizations like Progressive Victory that are backing leftist and all these various garbage philosophies out there. And the mainstream media has lost it. I mean, they've absolutely lost it. They really don't appeal to anybody. They really don't know what they're doing anymore. And the interesting thing is how back in the day that they would stick to this rhetoric and they would just keep pounding it in. And it took 20 years for people to not believe that, that Reagan's policies were a failure. 20 years. But now what we've got is we've got this delay, we've got this decay rate. The decay rate has increased a lot. And what I mean is like when a story hits the news, it doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter how sensational it is. When a story hits the news, it goes way up, it peaks, and then it falls like it can incredibly fast. Like something that is on everybody's mind today is gone a week from now. Like you won't even remember the story. You won't be able to find it. It'll be on page 7, right behind the bridal bridal pageant ads. And I find that super interesting. And the mainstream press has a real issue, or has had a real issue dealing with that. But now I think we got it. Oh my gosh. Be still, my eyes. What's up, man?
What is up, Grid, man? I am finally here. Sorry.
That's all right, man.
The stream ran late, man, and then I had to eat a little bit. Yeah.
I knew once Damon got on there, you weren't getting out of there for at least 2 hours. So
Damon is definitely he likes to rant on things, which is totally fine. I love his takes, so perfectly fine with me when Damon enters in, and yourself as well.
Yeah. So I was making this point about the media and contrasting mainstream media from like when I was a kid. Jonathan, the perks are listed, I believe, in the channel stuff. If not, mostly with the base level, you get a bunch of emojis, and there's something else you get to do. I forget what it is.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. And if I do any kind of members only streams, you get to be on that. Naomi, we already have some emotes. They're pretty cool. Like frag out, which is what I say a lot. So you probably don't really remember, but you probably know about, and I'm using Reagan as an example, right? So Reagan was a centrist populist president. He should have been the bridge, but the leftists lost their fucking minds, as always. And from even before he actually started his presidency, they basically started saying that his economic policies had failed. He hadn't even done any yet.
Really?
Yeah. And so and for 20 years or so, people said, if you talked about Reagan, it was, well, his economic policies failed. And yet they didn't, right? Trickle-down economics worked, relieving the tax burden on the wealthiest individuals and corporations did, in fact, stimulate the economy. They did, in fact, create wealth and pushed us into a society. I mean, it was called the decadent 80s for a reason. It wasn't just because people were running around doing a lot of cocaine.
Wait, Grid, is this what like Bernie Sanders kind of pushes for? Because he states like to tax the rich, etc.
Well, he pushes against what Reagan did.
Oh, okay.
Reagan did massive tax cuts on the rich.
Okay, gotcha. Similar to Donald Trump is what he's doing.
Yeah.
In his administration, gotcha.
Massive tax cuts on the rich. He did massive tax cuts on industry. He, he did a bunch of things that people said were going to bankrupt the economy.
I've heard that there's a lot of people that tell me that Reagan and Trump actually have a lot in common when it comes to the narrative that was going forward from
their financial policies are really close.
Oh, okay. All right. That's what I've heard as well. Yeah. But they're very close leaning. And they're both populists, obviously.
Yeah. Right. Well, and so what I was contrasting is that for 20 years, the press, every time somebody talked about economics and conservative, the first thing they would do is like, you just want Reaganomics. Reaganomics failed. Right.
Yeah.
Because the press pushed that rhetoric and they clung to it. And the only voice against them was Rush Limbaugh.
Oh yeah,
the only
great Rush Limbaugh
voice. Even other conservatives would be like, Reagan sucked. Reagan did this. Reagan did that.
Grid, can I ask you a question? Was Rush Limbaugh, was he kind of like one of your influencers to kind of go into this space that we currently have now?
Well, I mean, I started listening to Rush in probably probably like 1988, probably.
Oh, I wasn't even born. Yeah. I was not even born. But it's funny, Grid, because like for me, Rush Limbaugh, I never grew up with Rush Limbaugh. Like I wasn't,
really?
I was too young for that. Yeah, I was too young for that. I grew up with kind of like the political pundits that got me into that, like the modern day Steven Crowders,
Yeah.
But Rush wasn't really because I think Rush died, in 2020, something like that. 2000 around there, like very early, in that. But I was never really a Rush Limbaugh guy. But all the guys that influenced me into that political spectrum were influenced by Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing about Limbaugh is that he really had this ability to spot which pieces of news were going to have the maximum effect.
Yeah.
It wasn't like he could it's not like he covered the news and it's not like he covered every bit of it. it was just like he knew to pick those 3 things,
Yeah.
and then it would do it. So I started listening to Rush, and way back when, man, and I every day, it was on here noon until 3,
Mm-hmm.
or actually 11 to 2 because we're on Central Time, and
Mhm.
but they were on noon to 3, and I listened every day, and the thing is that he was the only real solid, unapologetic conservative voice when he started. And
Right.
he says that, and people are like, nah, that can't really be. You had this guy, you had that guy. But those guys weren't unapologetic, and they weren't, I mean, they were conservative and they would say conservative things, but that, they weren't trying to dismiss the mainstream media
Mhm.
and just destroy them, right?
So Rush was like actually against the mainstream media for his time. Like he was kind of
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He
staking.
called them out on it. He would call them on their lies. He would call
Yeah.
them on cover ups. He would call them all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he was so influential that when they couldn't kick him off the radio, when he just had too much power,
Right.
and that happened pretty early. Like nobody bothered him, and then all of a sudden he had this massive bump, and then he was too big for the radio stations to kick off.
Really? So
Yeah.
so great. It's kind of like because it's funny because I've heard you like I'm hearing you talk about Rush Limbaugh. I heard
Mhm.
Andrew Wilson at one point talk about Rush as well. That Rush was kind of an influence for Andrew.
Yeah.
Like for me personally, I'm a little bit younger than you guys. I feel like Tucker Carlson was that guy for me.
Yeah.
Tucker
Yeah.
was kind of that voice, the Rush Limbaugh replacement. That kind of got me more into that political commentary stuff. So funny how
Yeah,
that
I
works.
mean, you just have to understand that right now there are hundreds of conservatives out there, and it was one.
Right.
He
Yeah.
was getting hammered all the time, and
Right.
so, but the thing they actually put Howard Stern. They changed Howard Stern's time slot to compete with Rush to pull audience away from Rush, and it didn't
Really?
work. It didn't work.
That's because what do you call it? Howard Stern was huge during that
Yeah.
time, early 2000s.
Yeah,
He was huge.
super huge, man. He was super
Yeah.
huge, and they did all kinds of things to try and manipulate stuff.
Right.
And the thing is that you have to understand. I don't think Rush was a debate guy. I don't think he was an observer, and he was very good at picking that thing right there.
Yeah.
And I personally believe that he pushed the media to where it is now because he pivoted so fast, and he was on 3 hours a day for 5 days a week.
Wow. 3-hour show.
3 hour show every day. Now the first hour, he basically repeated the every hour, right? So the
Mhm.
first, you heard the first hour, you heard most of the second hour was going to be basically the same, and the third hour is going to be basically, not always,
Yeah.
but but he would, he had this like way of pivoting so quickly. So by the time they actually like kind of pushed a different narrative, he'd already gone around it. And that has set the tone for and it should continue to set the tone for so many people in this space. Because what happens is it used to be that the narrative, the press would establish a narrative, and that narrative would hold.
Mm-hmm.
Reaganomics failed. 20 years, everyone believed that. I can't think of another issue, but whatever.
Gotcha.
And Monica Lewinsky, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bill Clinton didn't have sex with her for years. Probably to this day, there's still people that are like, no, didn't happen.
Really?
Jessica Flowers, right? That didn't happen.
Yeah.
Right. like that. Clinton's a good man, right? That's what they think. But what's happened is that we come into modern times, and YouTube and the internet and the way things, the amount of access we have. What's changed is the decay rate for news of any kind and issues. So whatever we're talking about today, unless it's a macro issue like degeneracy, sluts, prostitution, unless it's a macro issue, I don't care what we're talking about today, we won't be talking about it in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I agree with that because like even with you, Grid, you debate about like worldviews when it comes to like whores, etc. all the time. Like that's not getting old. It's always a reoccurring debate. But when it comes to current events, that changes overnight every day. Yeah, I get you there.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing because the decay rate is so high right now that if a news article lasts, if something stays in the news for 2 weeks, it's fucking shocking.
That is shocking. Yes.
Right.
Remember the assassination attempt, Grid?
Right.
The media did. They went to bury it after 1 week. They did this on purpose.
Yes, and the mainstream media knows it, and so what everyone thinks, right? What everyone thinks is that this hurts the mainstream media, but it actually helps them. It helps them more than it helps us because they have access to all that news. They have reporters. They have feeds coming in everywhere, right? They monopolize the news, to be honest, right?
Of course.
And that makes, and Mr. just said the Daily Wire is always 2 days late. Always. Do you know why? Because it can't be first. Because MSNBC and CBS and WKRN, they all get the news first.
Yep, that's true. 2 days late. Always.
Felix Richard, listen, Pussy Dick. If you are going to flirt with TOS on my channel, you will be gone. Okay? I'm very tolerant about everything else. I really don't give a shit about most other things. But if you get any closer to TOS, then you're gone. I actually ought to ban you right now.
Yeah, honestly, that word already, the PDF is it's bannable. Grid.
That's honestly, I I'm going to leave it up to the mods, but I would step lightly, sir.
Yeah.
You're free to say the damn truth. Not on YouTube, you're not.
Yep.
It's a platform, pal. So, but anyway, So the reality is that the decay cycle right now is about 2 weeks for something to actually stay in the public focus. Now, I'm not talking about people like you and I that pay attention. I'm not talking about the 2 or 3% of Americans that actually watch news programs, read, consume current event material. I'm talking about the people who hear it in their car on the way to work.
Right.
They get it off of when they log into Yahoo to check their email, whatever the fuck it is. That's where they get it. And if that's where they get their news, 2 weeks, that's it. And it'll be it's off the front page in 1 day, usually. Like you go to check something right now and it's gone. And so everyone thinks that hurts the mainstream media, but they're the ones that are controlling it. They're the ones that are doing it. And they're doing it purposefully to keep creators like you and I behind the curve.
Yeah.
Right. So what we have done is we've gone out, whether we realize it or not, we have established debate platforms, discussion groups, all of these things where we exchange ideas in real time. And that is how we can get at least, we may not be able to start a narrative like the mainstream media can, but what we are able to do is to communicate and push out concepts, ideas, and facts in such a way that even with the massive decay rate that we have in the news cycle, people can still understand things.
We can somewhat compete.
Yeah, we can somewhat compete, but Stepfire is right. We are still fighting 8-year-old narratives. And you were the perfect example of that in your debate with Destiny.
Right. And I brought up a lot of very old narratives. That's true.
Very old, and you have to because if you don't, they pull this, like they reach back and they pull out this thing and they go, no, this is what it is. And you're like, dude, that's 10 years ago. Nobody believes that anymore.
Yeah.
Like, we've proven that that's wrong. But it's a really good tactic for the mainstream media because it creates confusion, disorder, right? Fear, uncertainty, doubt, FUD. They're all Elmers. They're all Elmers. All Elmer FUD. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And so this is the interesting concept that we have, right? And so how do we make it better? Right? How do we actually control to some degree our narratives, which I don't know that we can do, but we can try. And how do we stay even with what's coming out so that when we're talking, like when I'm debating somebody, and this is the reason this is on my mind today is the debate with Destiny's part of it, because you're arguing like 7-8-year-old concepts,
right?
That we've already debunked it all. Like, why are we even talking? And I get, of course, I debated the other night on the tomato, and it was the same thing with that everything you're talking about is last year. Like, his campaign promise of $2 trillion or $3 trillion, whatever, is irrelevant. That was a campaign promise from last year. I'm dealing with what is real today and whether or not it's working. And and so if you want to talk to me about past things and you're going to stick to that narrative, I need to be able to diffuse that, right? So these are the things that I've gotten thrown in my face, whether I wanted it or not, and I've kind of run into it. And so the reality is, first of all, obviously we can't. It's limited to what we can do, right?
Right.
Most of the biggest thing we can do is when they get it wrong, which they do all the damn time on purpose, many times, we have to hammer that fact. We just hammer it, hammer it. But one of the things that got me on this is like people don't know, and I've gone over this several times tonight, that people don't know that, like, we're recovering, right? Like, we're in a recovery. Our economy, if you will, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
Like we're coming back, and the interest rate's starting to slide, and Doge is working. And I actually had the figures up, and I keep closing the tab. It's my bad. I don't know why I keep doing it, but anyway, so let me roll this by you, right? Like, where is it? Although I love this quote. Every time I do, I've got this quote on this screen that I keep rolling by. Life is so easy now that poor people are fat.
Yes. Yeah.
Think about that. Think about it.
Grid. The United States has the fattest poor people in the world. Think about that.
Right?
The
we don't
fattest
have
poor people.
Yeah. We don't have poor people here.
Yeah.
They're tell everybody this. I know you want to believe that we're poor, but we're not poor.
Right. Exactly.
So I didn't have this in my debate the other night. I wish I did. And basically, the U.S. Treasury yesterday reported drops in new debt borrowing needs, and the rates are sliding. The interest rates.
Okay.
Also, by the way, we have a 35% increase in manufacturing in the last 100 days in this country.
Really?
35%.
And Donald Trump has been in office for the last 100 days.
Right. Yeah. Right.
He marks today. Yeah.
Because and a lot of it's in anticipation of this reshoring and the tariffs taking effect, right? There's an injection. I'm actually looking at buying an I can't get the broker on the phone, but I'm trying to buy an injection molding company here that supplies Nissan.
Oh, Nissan. Okay.
There's a Nissan plant here, right?
Yeah.
So there's an injection molding company here that does car parts for Nissan and Infinity and a few others.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I want to buy that company.
Dude,
make that happen, baby.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna make more cars here, so that they can avoid the tariff.
Yeah, the tariffs. Yeah.
Right. So proof that Doge is working is that in Q1, U.S. debt funding needs the amount of money, the cash that they needed to cover their bills.
Okay.
$2 billion less than the Treasury forecast.
So $2 billion less.
$2 billion less than they forecast in February.
Really?
In Q2, which is upcoming, they're expected to need $53 billion less than it forecast 90 days ago.
Really? So cutting out all that fat, etc.
Yeah.
Helped out with the business going forward. Damn.
Yeah. I mean, it's just and this came out yesterday. I saw it again. I saw it yesterday, but I didn't think of anything about it. And I was reading it this morning and I'm like, I wish I had this Monday night.
Right.
To throw in the face of the anti-Doge people.
Yeah.
Like, look, Doge is working. 53 billion in 1 quarter? Are you kidding me? Like, that's amazing, man.
And Grid, here's the great thing about debates is that when you go into a debate, you have to do research. So you're shooting up stuff that you probably wouldn't have looked up if not for the debate prep. So
this is just stuff that comes across my feed every day. I'm always looking at finance and money. I'm very interested in money.
Gotcha.
The money makes my life work, so I'm very interested in it.
Definitely. Good. I know that for a fact, man. I know that for a fact, dude. Yeah.
So, there, it doesn't take long for 53 billion a quarter to turn into trillions.
Right.
And that's just one area. That's just the Department of Treasury reducing cost.
Right.
So,
yeah.
And I'm telling you, man, it's crazy how good everything is right now.
Yeah. Grid, it's crazy to me because you're going on these debates I know you were on Wick, right? Wick TV, etc.
Yeah.
You've kind of been really active on this debate stuff. I need to get more active in that stuff as well, especially after going against Destiny. I feel like, I did pretty well. I think I'd be pretty well off outside of Destiny. I think a lot of these debaters are nowhere near as prevalent as Destiny as far as rhetoric, but I need to get more into that. Grid, I was going to ask you, dude. So I want you to explain to me really quick. Saturday morning happened.
Yeah. You want to know about Saturday morning? Yeah.
Yes. So Andrew split out. I guess he was too drunk. He was fucking plastered.
No, actually. So when I went to bed, he was doing his TikTok invasions, and he had one. He at that point, I think he'd had one solid drink,
Yeah.
And supposedly he only had one more. He gets two because of the diet he's on. He gets 2 drinks of alcohol.
Oh, yeah,
a day or something. So
really, wow, 2 drinks.
Yeah, I know you alkies are like.
So how the fuck was he too fucking wasted?
No. He was. So the problem is I think that he's on a carb restricted diet. And when you're used to eating a lot of carbs, if you're used to eating a lot of pasta and bread and all the carbs in our diet, our modern diet is full of carbs and sugar. So when you cut all of that out, you go through a period of time where you are just dog shit tired. Like you don't even want to fucking move, man.
Yeah.
It's like,
So Andrew wasn't like wasted or anything like that.
No,
He
he
had
wasn't
some
wasted,
alcohol.
no.
He was just so tired because of the
yeah, he was so
diet that he was on?
Yeah, I think, and I buy that because even during so he only had the one drink, and he really seemed like when I left the TikTok invasion like at 11 o'clock, because I ended my show at 11, and I just popped in for like 2 minutes, and and it was like, oh, Andrew was like, oh, I've already had a drink. And then I heard that he had one more. I don't actually know that he had a second drink. I just know that he had one.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
So,
so do those drinks like I'm pretty sure based off of his diet, those drinks are going to hit you way harder than they would if you're not.
I don't think that matters.
Okay.
But
so it's just his diet in general that was just
well, once look, I don't care who you are. If you're used to eating carbs and you dump those out,
right,
you're not gonna feel like yourself for a week, maybe 3 days. So if I do keto or if I do carnivore for like if I do it for like a month or 2 months or whatever,
right,
it doesn't bother me at all to go carb, because I don't eat a lot of carbs anyway. It doesn't really bother me a lot to go carb restricted. But my buddy Dimitri, when he went on carb, like he literally had flu symptoms.
Really?
Yeah.
From doing the diet?
Yeah. After 3 days. His third day in, he was literally like he had the flu. Like literally no energy.
Yeah.
In bed all day, questioning all of his life choices at that point.
He's questioning his life choices. that's how mentally it hit him, bro.
Yeah, dude. He was like, this is wrong, man. So,
that's hilarious.
But Lord of Pies, I don't think it was the alcohol at all. Like I don't think the alcohol had anything to do with it. It's just the fact that he just dropped all the carbs out.
Yeah, like I feel like I don't see Andrew drinking a lot on stream. Like I drink a lot on stream.
I don't think he drinks as much as people thinks he drinks.
Yeah.
I've been around him, in person, and he drinks, but he's not an alcoholic by any stretch. I think he plays that up a lot, which is fine. That's it's part of the show.
Yeah,
but,
of course.
But I get it, because I mean, like, again, it doesn't, when I go carb restricted, it doesn't bother me that much. I might get a little tired, but whatever. But I could absolutely 100% see that Andrew woke up and he's like,
fuck this.
He's like, fuck this. I'm tired. I can barely keep my eyes open. I feel like shit. I'm going back to bed. So here I am. And I was literally, again, I had just dropped on my computer for something else.
Yeah.
And I get this message on Discord from Raging Tomato. I actually have it up. Here it is. So I got, hang on, so she texts me, it's 10:34 in the morning. I got up late that Saturday. I probably got up at 9. So I've been up for a while. My kids are running around all crazy. And I'm sitting on the couch. I have not even had time for my cup of coffee. Hadn't eaten breakfast.
Yeah.
It's Saturday morning. And she's like, MDD is looking for someone to take Andrew's place for the debate right now with Mark Reed, secularism versus Christianity. And I'm like, right now?
That's what I was saying. I was just, dude, it's funny because
right now.
Yeah, right now. Raging Tomato, she messaged me on X, right? Because I have her on X. And she's like, hey, are you interested in? I'm like, dude, I'm working right now. I wish I could, but I can't. Why did Andrew fucking like bail out? She's like, yeah, he's tired. That was it. I was like, okay. Then I went on.
That was the accurate part.
Yeah, I went on MMD and then he explained everything. And I was like, okay, I got caught up. And then he said your real name, by the way, on
yeah.
Yeah, but go on with that story. Go on.
Yeah, so So I'm like, and she's like, right now, and I'm like, okay, I'm in. Let me put some clothes on. I'm like,
That's the thing, Grid. You were down. You didn't give a shit, right? There's no prep
and
here.
I don't
You're just
debate
like, fuck it.
religion. Like like
Yeah.
you've heard me. You probably heard me say 1,000 times. I don't debate religion. I'm
Right.
not qualified. I'm not educated enough. That's one of those stay in my lane sort of things.
Yeah.
But I was like, fuck it. If I get blown out, who cares? Like,
And Grid, the funny thing is that Machine Lies got on there first, and Machine was saying, well, I'm a Muslim, but I can debate the Christian perspective, which I'm glad that James was like, no, we're not going to do that.
Yeah.
Because there's a bias there. It's not worth the representation there. So I'm glad he kind of booted him out. And then, your real name was put up. And I was like, I have no idea who that is. Then we realized it's you. I'm like, oh shit. Because I just know you as Grid. I'm like, it's Grid.
Yeah,
you don't have a real name to me. Like, there's no real name to me.
I get that.
It's just Grid. Yeah, it's just Grid. That's it.
Yeah.
It
was funny because in the debate, like I didn't have, like, I was literally sitting there in shorts, a t-shirt, and my jacket, my hat, and I was like, we're gonna do this. But the funny thing is that I don't think I did that bad. Like,
yeah, no, you didn't. You didn't. I was listening in the whole time when I was at work, and I was like, yeah, Grid's doing pretty well, even though I know he doesn't debate religion. I know that for sure. And this guy's like a religious specialist. Like, he's kind of like in that realm. He was nice. He was, yeah, that's his thing. But I think you did really well for a guy that doesn't debate that shit at all.
Dude, it's just that, and I think Anson put it best, is like, I think he was expecting a meta argument.
Right.
And the first thing I did is like when he makes his position, and then I make a comment, and then he reframes his position, and he uses an ought claim, and I'm like, well, now you used an ought claim. Now we have a choice here. We could either take 30 minutes for me to reduce that down to your preferences, or you can just say it's your preferences. I can do the Andrew Wilson thing.
Yeah, no, well, you did. Yeah. That was a good move. That was a good move because you don't have time to explain all that shit. Let's not get into it. You're like, just say it's a preference, and we can move on from there.
Right.
And you did a good job, because I was like, yeah, let's not waste time there, because I know exactly what you're saying here, because I've heard
he did too.
Kind of he did exactly.
And then we started talking about, I asked him, he was like, I forget what he's talking about, how people are good, and I'm like, I don't think people are good at all. I'm not a good person.
You're like, no, I'm not either. And he's like, well, I can see your point. Yeah.
He's like, I'm sure you're a good person. I'm like, no, without religion, I'd be a pirate slitting throats. And his face was great.
Grid, I'm surprised he didn't do the argument that, oh, you need a god to tell you that murder's wrong, or like deletion's wrong, etc. Because a lot of these like atheists will use that excuse, like, oh, I don't need God to tell me that deletion is wrong. But you kind of do, because if everything's subjective, then it's up to the person at hand. And that was your point there. Yeah. This is why like their argument falls apart.
Well, I asked him, I'm like, so is slavery good then? Because right now in Syria, there's slave markets. I mean, obviously they think it's good.
They think it's good and subjective, so therefore it's moral. Exactly.
Yeah, it's moral to them.
Yeah.
He wasn't expecting. So I tend to argument from a brute force.
Oh yeah, definitely. You were like steamrolling. You're aggressive, Grid, to be honest.
And I always told people that that's why I didn't debate very much, because it kind of ruins the show. Because
not really, it makes it way more entertaining, Grid. Well, like, it doesn't ruin the show at all, at least for me.
Right. It's true, but people are used to this like really esoteric meta philosophy, and I'm just like, no, I'd be a pirate slitting throats.
Exactly.
He's like, would you? What if your government told you to kill? Or no, what if your God told you to kill somebody? Would you? And I'm like, yeah, 100%. My government tells me to go kill somebody, I'll kill somebody. What are you talking about?
You made that comparison. You're like, well, if the government told me that, I'm an army soldier, right? I'm doing that for the best of my country, so I'll do it as well. Wouldn't you? Like that's kind of how it works, right? With the government. the government situation. But yeah, that was actually a pretty good rebuttal on that, to where you didn't have to go too much into religion. You were just like, well, I do the same thing with my government, wouldn't you? Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, dude, the looks on his face, his reactions to some of the things I said was just great. Because again, I think that he's really used to arguing people that argue all this esoteric bullshit.
Yeah, pussies.
And I'm just like, no.
For sure,
great. Chairman of the board, $5 comes in. Consequentialists have a long history of being able to ethically justify treating other humans as a means to an end. Okay, yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I mean, and I was really clear with him when I told him, I'm like, look, I am not a good person, and I don't believe people are good people. I think that people, especially without religion, I find it very difficult to trust people without some form of religion in their life, because there's whatever they decide is good. If it's good for me to lop your head off,
right, then it's good.
That's my preferences, bro.
Yeah.
That's the moral argument right there, is to just lop your head right off.
Yeah.
And I asked him if he was libertarian, and he started hemming around that. I'm like, it sounds a lot like the NAP principle to me.
Yeah. Yeah. I think a
It
lot
doesn't
of
work
these,
for them, it's not going to work for you.
yeah. I think a lot of these, like, what is it? Human secularists? That's what they call themselves.
Yeah. They're basically, they're atheists, but they want to be considered moral atheists.
Right.
They want to be atheists with a moral playbook, but they can't.
Yeah, there's no book on that. They have nothing to actually go to. And I would say, like, they're kind of libertarian in a way, because I've met a lot of, like, Satanists that
I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're full on Satanists there, and they would say, like, yeah, you can do whatever, like, do as thy will, but just don't hurt anybody, right?
Right.
And I think they mean by that physically, like, deletion, etc. But little do they know, their objective moralities of what they see to be objective actually hurts people in the long run. And I think human secularists are kind of in the same boat.
Good point. And here's the thing, and I like what Anson said here. You don't need religion to have objective ethics. Yes, you can have ethics written by Plato, right? Like, if you go and read Plato or Socrates or Aristotle, then you could become a pretty good human.
Mm-hmm.
And you could achieve something close to morality. But at the end of the day, it's still your preferences based on what you read in that book, and not anything that you believe. And there's no divine decree for you to appeal to.
I would ask Anson, like, is all of that, whatever you read when it comes to Plato,
I do agree that. So, and this, he's made the right argument here. If that secular humanist had said, I'm not appealing to morality, I'm appealing to a construct of ethics that can be played out, and we have knowledge through books, through time tested, and learned history,
right,
of that this is an ethical way to deal with it, then that there's really almost as good, and I hate to say this, there's almost as good an argument for that as there is for religion.
Right. And I would agree with you there, Grid. Like, if when it comes to ethics, etc., and they were all basing it off history, and they did all these things to kind of shoot down what's best for society, I can get you there. But at the end of the day, it's still subjective. And the vast majority of the community that's in there, that has the ethics community of what is good, what is not, it's still subjective. Yeah. And it could change over time. That's my problem.
Right. And it's an interesting point that Anson makes. Morality is based on faith is also a preference. To some degree, you make a determination to believe in it.
Right.
You make a determination to believe.
But I would say that if you believe in the Christian Bible, right, the aspect of the Bible, you would go into there saying that this is objective. A sin is a sin, no matter what. This is objective morality. There's no God. God does not change.
Well, you're at that point, you're appealing the divine decree, right?
Right. Yes. And I would say that's okay. I think that's better off than appealing to your own, your
I
your
think it's,
own
I think you're
morality.
better off than appealing. It's better than appealing to Plato, right?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think it's better than appealing to Plato, because at the end of the day, even their perspective on Plato, you could still kind of get his influence and you know mold that up with like AOC or any other political figure that you might find attractive. You know,
Sure. Yeah. And again, this is why I'm not really qualified to argue these meta
Same.
arguments, right? Like
Same with me, man.
I can muddle through it, but I'm not the guy. Wicked Wally says and I'm sure he means Wally's overnight retirement just became a lot more likely tonight. Did you buy a lottery ticket? Did you hit the lotto? I want to hit the lotto. I don't know why I rarely ever win any game of chance.
Same.
Like, I don't even buy lottery tickets or anything because I just know. Know. I'm that guy that funds somebody else's win.
Grid, you're the smart one. It's like poor people that fucking buy the lottery tickets, and along with like alcohol and cigarettes, and they buy a lottery ticket and they always lose.
Cat,
they might win $500.
To do a better Cat, darling. You need to do a better job of trolling.
I find AOC attractive.
He probably does. They're both Latino. She's got a big booty. I mean, man can only suffer so much.
She's part of my race.
Yeah. He can fix her. She just hasn't been dicked down right yet.
Yeah, that must be it.
$4.99 comes in from Otis Driftwood. God has decreed murder wrong. You can defend yourself against those who want to kill. Follow God to understand. Yeah, I think we all understood that, sure.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But if God came down from the mount and said, "Go kill all those heathens over there," well, we'd saddle up.
Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
Correct. I'm just saying.
Yes. Let's fucking go. Because who
that
knows?
Would be a preference. That would just, I'd be okay with that. I'd be like, all right, let's get it done. Can we be back by lunch? All right. Told to expect day shift promotion offer from HR by end of next week. Day shift Wally? No more 4 a.m. streams? What? No. No. That's not how that works. Latina grid, Latinos. Yeah, you know what? Mexicans, okay? I apparently didn't say Latino, right? Latinx. That's what it is.
Latinx.
Yeah. Big booty.
Big booty. And by the way, I'm the Mexican MAGA Mexican guy now, right?
Yeah, apparently, yeah.
Jake Rattlesnake has dubbed me that, and I'm totally cool with that. That's a badass fucking name.
I think there's some clips out there getting some major hits because of that.
I hope so, man. Shout out to him.
I'm not a good clip guy. I should have clipped it though, because I'd have made some money.
Some money.
All right, Wicked Wally comes back in. If all goes well, the Wally After Dark Last Call tour will be happening eventually.
Nice.
Yeah. What a day. What a day. What a day it will be.
Oh yeah,
when that happens.
Mm-hmm.
MAGA Mexicanity. Is that a word?
I don't know what Mexicanity means.
I like it. Doesn't drink, so this is disappointing.
Yeah. That's something that I would have came up with, dude. I'm drinking right now, so Mexicanity.
Right.
Like masculinity.
Balls would have said Mexicanity,
yeah.
Yeah. Anson, that's where libertarians live. Don't FA and FO.
Yep.
All right. Emmett says he's glad to know he's not the only Mexican that likes Trump.
Fuck yeah, man. And by the way, just FYI, when I was there at the Destiny debate, they described me as like the cult guy. All the other ones that were debating were fucking bunch of liberals. Mm-hmm. But apparently I was the example of the cult MAGA guy that that Destiny was describing. all along.
Yeah, that
So,
was interesting. The whole
Crazy.
cult thing. I don't feel like I'm in a cult,
Crazy.
bro.
Yeah, no, of course not, dude. We always like put backlash even on Trump, man. But
Yeah, I've been pretty critical of Trump over several things, and I don't know that you're allowed to do that in a cult. Matter of fact, I thought that if you did that in a cult, they like hung you by your toes or some shit.
Exactly, but not here, man. Actually, Trump will adjust to our opinions, like the B1s, etc. The Operation Warp Speed. Trump has already had a history of that, but yeah.
Hey, man, don't let reality ruin their delusion. We actually took Jake in the last racial draft. Jake is one of us now.
Yes, good. I'm a
He's
white guy.
Jake from the State Farm,
Yes,
which means the jail, obviously. And
I wasn't thinking that, but okay, I'll take it.
you'll take it.
I'll take it.
All right. Anson, you just realized that our car Oak is Emmett. By the way, your typing sucks. Are you on your phone or some shit? What's wrong with you?
For sure.
We
man.
gave away Ghosty in the trade. Nobody wants Ghosty.
Oh my god. I was on a panel with that. By the way, is Ghosty a transgender or
No, that's chick. She's high though. She's high.
Okay. Strong jawline on that woman. So I wasn't too sure.
Yeah. She looks like Central Casting sent over meth chick number 2.
There you go. That's why I was kind of confused. I wasn't too sure. I was not too sure. I didn't mention it on the stream that I was on with her.
Anson, obviously you like Ghosty. She's a leftist crazy chick.
Yeah, and she has no arguments. Like she legitly, dude. She cannot fucking debate. But whatever.
Mikey Ball says strong jawlines and low IQs. Anson's favorite.
Strong jawline of the chick, no IQ. That's Anson's fucking type right there. Thank you, Mike Ball.
Did you see you didn't see my debate the other night with
No. Was Alex Kirsch on that fucking panel, by the way, right?
Well, that was the WIC panel. He didn't rage quit. I was really surprised. He got really pissed off, and he kept saying weird shit all night. Now, this was with it was me and Pentuple versus the classy neurotic. By the way, still a very feminine name, screen name. Not one I would pick. And then Rinyald's Notebook, also very feminine energy, very feminine. Anyway, not going to get you laid. Just saying. Just want to put that out there. If you're trying to get laid, guys,
not the case.
That's not the case. No chicks date someone who has a channel called Rinyald's Notebook. Anyway, so we're debating, and Anson's ex chick. Not really. I don't know. I think that Anson was kind of simping for I Killed Earl was in the chat raging about how stupid I was, and yet I was the one winning the fucking debate, carrying that shit all by myself. I had the entire debate balanced on my tip like a pro.
Yep.
So,
there you go. And by the way, Anson does like simp for chicks, though. He does that a lot. So just FYI, Anson.
I know.
You do that shit.
Lawrence Ritano. Lawrence asked, "Have I debated the Furby yet?" Fuck, so many times, bro.
On panels, right? That's Melvin, bro. Melvin.
Yeah.
The Furby, Melvin. Yeah. I don't call him Melissa. That's not Melissa. That's Melvin right there for me.
That's Melvin. Yeah. Kissy Cat says, "I don't know why she doesn't like me because I have balls."
Yeah.
I mean, that's enough.
That's enough.
Because she doesn't, and I do. That's why.
Fucking Melvin.
I don't know why I Killed Earl doesn't like me. I was nice to her, and I made my chat be nice to her for the most part. And then now, admittedly, some of my chat did not like I Killed Earl. Just did not like the cut of her jib, as sailors used to say.
Yeah.
And they said so, and she took offense, and then she was mad that I didn't like kick them off or something, and like free speech not mean anything, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fatty got I Killed Earl really mad. I think I Killed Earl is like permanently pissed off. Just one of those people that if they were ever happy, you would literally start looking for the asteroids.
Yeah. By the way, Grid, did you see the Fatty Rob Noor debate?
Oh, that was so fucking bad.
Dude.
That was so cringe too. And you moderated it. You did a pretty good job.
Yeah, like for me, it was just more of like, when they got a little extreme, because at the end of the day, I'm just going to let them like shoot it out, you know, not going to get involved. But those guys are fucking going at it. And Rob was very frustrated because Fatty couldn't understand a lot of the argumentation that Rob Noor was getting out.
Fatty's an idiot.
I mean, I like Fatty.
I have now listened to Fatty debate the same thing several times, and he's so wrong. He won't admit that he's wrong. And what he does is and what was interesting is he would ask Rob a question. Rob would directly answer the question and then ask one of his own, and Fatty would completely head off in another direction.
Yeah, and he contradicted
and contradict himself, but mostly he would just it was like right turn, Clyde. Gone. Yeah. I'm like, what the fuck? And so it was a horrible debate.
Like, it was.
I felt bad for Rob.
Well, Rob's clip guy definitely had fun with that debate. That's for sure.
All positive. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
and Fatty, look, somebody needs to be a friend. I'm sure Fatty has a friend, at least one friend. Somebody needs to be a friend to Fatty and go tell him to stop fucking debating. He sucks at it. He's so bad. All he can do is yell at people and talk louder than them. And that's not debating. I didn't even raise my voice once the other night. Why? I don't need to. What the fuck?
I'm going to tell Fatty to get better at it. That's all. Like, he's a newcomer.
Okay, be a friend. Be his friend, Jake. I'm not his friend. We know each other. We're associated, right? I have no ill will against Fatty. I think he's a cool dude. I think he can be fucking funny as shit.
He is, yeah,
but
definitely.
his debate skills are so bad, and he's so and look, I don't think he means to be bad faith. Maybe he does, but to me, it comes off like he just doesn't know any better.
I think that Fatty, because remember, Fatty was accusing Rob of doing the debate bro stuff.
Yeah.
I think Fatty relies on the debate bro stuff.
Yeah, he projects.
Yeah, he projects a lot.
So Fatty's thing is a thing like a lot of debaters do is they totally project on you everything they're doing. And Rob called him on it. He's like, no.
Yeah.
I answered your fucking question. Now you answer mine.
That's why like Rob did so much better than I did, like dealing with Fatty and stuff like that. Because I got frustrated. Yeah. Rob, he got frustrated after like the third hour.
I don't think Rob was really frustrated. I think he was doing all of that for effect because he needed to make the point. I'm going to read these. Mikey Ball didn't send any money, but he said she got super upset at one thing I said, Grid, on Sarah's debate panel. What was that, Mikey Balls? What did she get so upset about?
You talking about Ghosty?
No. I Killed Earl.
Oh, I Killed Earl. Okay,
yeah.
Gotcha.
Otis Driftwood sent in $1.99. Thank you very much, sir. This show thrives on donations. It makes me easier to justify my wife why I'm not inside working on actual projects and shit. Explain the choice weapon you are showing, sexy. All right. Always makes me feel a little weird when dudes call me sexy, but I'll take it. That is an AR-10 currently fitted with a 308 upper. I believe it's the 16-inch barrel. Yeah, it's a 16-inch barrel. It has a Bushnell fucking scope on it. I don't remember which one. It's a pretty badass scope. Luth AR stock. This one has a CMC trigger. I mean, it's just a cool car. It's cool. It's cool.
Okay.
You know,
just don't touch it, Grid.
Yeah, not on stream. No.
And you know what's funny? Destiny actually, because I when I was like prepping for Destiny, I was watching his streams. He has guns in the background too. and he said, "I'm not going to touch that because of TOS." So he actually mentioned that as well, and I thought of you.
Yeah. The one time.
Yeah, the one time, bro. Exactly.
Yeah.
So he knew.
$9.99 comes in from Mikey Balls. Mike's Balls, everyone. Get a load of them. I forget what was said. It was a worldview, nothing that should cold shoulder you on. She hates me. Why do I mean, it's fine. It's okay. It's okay. Look, I'm okay with people hating me, right? Because God loves me. You can hate me all you want. You're fine. God loves me. Fatty has been doing panels for years now. When he started on the Lapif network with Anton Daniels and JR, he has just been lazy and keeps doing the same thing over and over and over again. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I mean, I understand. Look, it works. Most people can't debate. You know, it's fine. I get it.
It is what it is. Great. I'll be back. I'm going to take a quick leak.
Yeah, man. How did Jake's debate with Destiny go, old Joe? It went well, I thought. We critiqued that a little bit earlier tonight. I think Jake did a good job. He did especially well at preventing. And when you watch the replay, or go watch Jake Rattlesnake's review of it, he did a really great job of keeping Destiny from taking him off on a tangent and wasting a bunch of time, because they only have 5 or 10 minutes for these debates. And so what people like Destiny will do is, if they don't want to address the point, they'll throw out a side point to take you down to waste a bunch of time. You thought she likes me though? No, she doesn't like me. She didn't like me at all. I don't think. $4.99 from Otis. Driftwood again. Weapon is sexy. Grid, you're okay. Appreciate that. Thanks for the stream, sir. You are certainly welcome. And I appreciate all of the donations, every single one. Yeah, so that's cool, man. Yeah, go check out Jake's podcast, Project VO Pod.
Yes, sir.
Everybody, make sure that you do that. He's a cool dude. And we hadn't had you on for a while, man. It's been a couple of months now.
Yeah. Honestly, I think I've been on your show a lot longer than most of the time than most podcasters here, to be honest. Mm-hmm. So this past month has been preparation for me. Now, Grid, I'm just gonna say this. I'm gonna admit this out loud right here, is that when prepping for Destiny, I didn't know exactly what the format was going to be. I thought it was going to be like a Jubilee type of thing.
Yeah.
But it was my fault, because I should have, and I really regret it. I should have messaged Travis, the guy that flew me over. Mm-hmm. I should have messaged him and said, "Hey, what's the exact format?" I didn't do that. Didn't think to do that. That's my fault. But if he would have told me, like, you get to pick the topic, you get to do the narrative, you're the one sitting down one-on-one, etc. He would have told me that, I would have been more prepped for what I wanted to talk about. Instead, leading forward, I was, kind of prepping for everything, thinking that it was a Jubilee thing. It's my fucking fault. Honestly, looking back at it,
you got flown out for this one. This was a special appearance for you. Okay.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Well, I should get into that, because I was supposed to be on Tim Pool, and I couldn't make the argument they wanted me to make.
Really?
Yes, I turned it down.
Grid, damn, Tim Pool's a big one. Grid,
I'll get on there. Don't worry about it. But look, man, I can't make arguments I don't believe in. Well, I can, and I probably should have, but I would rather take an argument that I believe in and can make, like, super well, if I'm going to go do something like that, because I want to kill it.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, for sure.
And again, I'm one of those people that I believe, and I know you've heard me say this many times, for those of you in the audience that have not heard me say this many, many times, I feel like if you can't argue both sides, then you don't actually understand the issue very well, and you need to be able to argue both sides.
Right.
But what they wanted me to argue was that the Carmelo Anthony stabbing was self-defense, and I couldn't do that. and self-defense from a 2A point of view of stand your ground and all that.
Grid. Wait, hold on. I think that's in your ballpark. How, you know?
Because I don't believe it was self-defense. I think he attacked that kid. I
Of
think
course.
that he was in the wrong completely.
Of course, but you know, you're pretty good. Well, Tennessee, do they over there in Tennessee? Do they have stand your ground?
Oh
rules?
yeah.
They
We have
do.
standard ground. We have standard ground, no duty to retreat.
Yeah.
Castle
Castle?
doctrine. We
Yeah.
got it all. Oh yeah, we got.
Okay, so it's just like
open carry.
Texas. Yeah.
We permitless carry, open carry.
Wow. It's just like Texas then. Like Tennessee and Texas.
Well, it's
Okay.
a little. We actually are even a little better than you guys because I think you guys can't carry open without a permit.
I think Greg Abbott actually took that away recently.
Okay, yeah, it may have changed. But
yeah,
we've been, they deregulated suppressors.
I don't know about that one. I don't know.
So basically means that they won't use state resources to enforce the federal law. The ATF, if the ATF wants to come after you for making your own suppressor, then let them. So, but other than that, the local, unless you use it in a crime, now obviously if you use it in a crime, that's a whole other thing. But,
right.
But yeah, if you just make your own suppressor, then apparently the state of Tennessee doesn't have a problem with it because they're not illegal here.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. But
the tax stamp part of it, that's still federal. You can still go to federal pound you in the ass prison for that. $5 came in from Anson, the chairman of the board. I think it's the baron of the board, to be honest with you. Maybe Duke. No, never make arguments you don't believe in, or folks will think you're a clown like me.
He has a point there. I mean, a little bit, but if you make the establishment that
arguments I don't believe in, but I just couldn't do it. I didn't want to do it on Tim Pool. If I go to Tim Pool, I want it to be something where I kill it. Right? It's the same reason I've never had Andrew on my show. Right?
Wait, you have had Andrew on your show? Good.
Well, I mean, he's popped on, but I've never done a show with Andrew.
Oh, like organized.
Yeah, I've never promoted it. I've never, and he's offered many times, and they offer stands, but I've never done it because I don't have the audience yet. I don't have the pull. And so what is there for him to come to this show? Right.
Oh, nothing, but like Andrew's willing to help.
Maybe it helps me this much. Right. So, but if we're going to do it, it needs to be a great show. It needs to be something where he and I sit down and talk about, how he approaches a debate or, something like that. And so I've just never done, I have a very strange outlook on how all this should work. And I know that, and it's fine. I get it. Most people jump at every opportunity. I'm calculating.
Yeah. I get you. I honestly, like, I've been kind of, cause I don't know how Rachel Wilson, I know she's dealing with some particular situations.
Yeah, some health issues. Yeah.
I do want to get Rachel eventually because I've read her book. I would love to have a conversation with her, but I know she's dealing with some issues here. I don't want to put too much of my ground with Rachel. But I know she'd be willing to do that if I were to ask, but I know she's not doing shows right now. So I don't want to, I feel to me like when I see her doing shows, then I'll ask. Like that's kind of
right. Well, I should have already had Jake's offered several times to come on the show. Jake Rattlesnake has offered several times. He's like, "Hey, I'll come on anytime." I'm like, "Yeah, but it's a waste of his time to be on this show with 50 or 60 people watching it." Right.
Yeah. But Grid, like
I'd have to promote it. It has to be, look, there'll be the right time. The right time will come to have Jake Rattlesnake on, and Rachel's offered to come on as well. Andrew's offered to come on. And I have a standing offer from Andrew that he's like, yeah, just whenever, just let me know and we'll work it in.
Yeah.
But I'm not, look, we're not ready yet, man. We're not ready yet. I don't have the numbers I want. I don't have the per show numbers. When I get there, we're going to rock.
Honestly, I get you there because like when I got Jake on the show, like that stream overall did not do very well afterwards. It was like 200, 300 views with Jake Rattlesnake. And dude, that was an amazing conversation that I had with him. So I do feel bad like I didn't get the views, but nevertheless, the fact that I even got him there in the first place, and that, you know, after doing the Destiny stuff, you know, he went out of his way to kind of, you know, market the conversation that I had with them. So that helps a lot. And Jake's awesome, bro. Like, we follow each other on Instagram, and I've messaged him a couple times here and there. And yeah, like when he did the video, he messaged me in the morning saying, "Hey man," and he even said this. He's like, "Hey, I just made a video on my favorite Mexican, my favorite Mexican MAGA guy." And it was me, and I was like, "Dude, I appreciate that so much, man." Jake is
now
so
see,
nice.
the thing is that now that he has that, he's done that review of your stuff. Now, what you should do is you should work something out with him to where you do a show in 2 weeks and you promote the shit out of it every time you're live, and he promotes it a few times, and then do it on a night when you're not competing against Andrew and all, you know,
but great. I cannot like predict that because Andrew's so random.
I know I get it, but I mean, you know, just try and figure it out, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
So, but I would, you know, like the next show you should have 100 people, 200 people live, right? But it's all going to be in how you market it, right? Like it's all going to be in how you spam that out. You know, where Jake spams it out. If you get it out there on X, you know, you can, you know, and you pick a topic that people are going to want to listen to about. I mean, that's a real thing, man. And that's one of the things, right? Like I've had Brian on the show a couple of times. I mean, he just pops on, right?
Yeah. I've seen Brian on your show before. Like the last time when you guys were doing karaoke.
Oh, that was so bad. That was so horrible.
It was bad, bro. It was so bad.
I can't sing at all, man. Like
neither can Brian. Brian's horrible.
Yeah, well. But I think he might have been drunk. So
maybe so. Yeah.
But he was that, or he was just trolling the shit out of me. I think he was just trolling the shit out of me just for the fun of it.
Yeah.
But the thing is like, and I had this conversation with him at the end of last year, like in August, you know, or maybe June, July. So about almost this time last year, they were like, well, I can, if I have Brian on, what does it gain me? Right? Like it burns up an opportunity, right? I have this chip. Just look at it this way. I have this chip.
And
if I play that chip, it has the potential to bring thousands of people to the show. But if I play it too early, it may only bring 10 people to the show.
Great. I think you're over exaggerating here, bro, because I think
Brian, I am being a little hyperbolic.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, big time. I think Brian likes you. I think Brian knows that you've been a supporter. I think Brian is more than willing to come on regardless. And when you get bigger, he's more than willing to come on when you get a bigger channel.
So I'm actually supposed to go to LA later this year. And he told me, I was like, hey man, I'll come by and I'll take you to dinner. And he's like, oh dude, come on the show. Yeah. I was like, yeah.
Do it.
So it's an interesting deal. You know, I don't know. I think
great.
I do overthink things sometimes. I don't think I think I have a pretty good tactic on this.
I think you're right, because like it goes back to what you were saying. Like if I'm going to put Jake on the show, it's going to be a fucking home run.
Yeah.
Now, I put Jake on the show.
Right. That's what I need to at least get to second or third base. Right.
I get you, Grid, but like I wasn't in that position. I got Jake on the show. It didn't. You know, it's not like
sometimes things just fall in your lap. Like, look, Andrew's been on my show like
several times,
10 or 15 times, right? Like, he used to just pop on during the day when he used to have his days free.
Yeah,
he would pop randomly on, right?
Yeah.
And we would just chill out, and because it was a good chill stream for him, and that's harder for both of us to do now. But, you know, the same thing with Brian. The first time Brian popped on, I had 7 viewers.
Which is so surprising because Brian doesn't pop onto anything that I've seen.
Yeah,
him.
right. Like he's
Yeah.
never done an interview.
Yeah. He's never been like on another platform, like
never
TV or
see him
anything
on
like that.
anybody else's show.
Nothing. Yeah.
And so he I mean, like that Barbie girl night where I kind of did a little bit of interview and he talked about some of the stuff and all that. Dude, that's like the only interview I know of Brian.
Probably because I've never seen Brian.
Nobody else. I haven't even clicked. Like I haven't even.
Yeah.
I haven't done anything. I should probably do it.
I don't think Brian's ever even been on the Crucible, bro. Like Brian's never fucking like jumped on the.
Yeah,
Crucible
he jumped on one night when.
He did.
He went after some girl who.
I know what you're talking about. When he had a conversation with a chick that was criticizing Brian.
Yeah.
He did come on, but outside of that grid, he's never like jumped on to Andrew's stream just to have a convo. You know, like he had a reason to go on there because she was like a fucking bitch that was criticizing the show.
Yeah. No, he just jumps on to be chill. I send him and Andrew the link all the time, and I'm just like, yeah, if you want to come on, you know, it's fine.
Yeah, for sure. But that's what I'm saying. Like
the deal with Tim Pool is so one of the guys that I debate with all the time.
Mm-hmm.
He finds talent for Tim Pool in the streamer world to come on and debate specifically.
You debate with the guy though?
Yeah,
like he's a left winger guy. Or?
Oh yeah.
Oh really?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh okay.
Yeah, and I beat him up all the time. I've talked so bad about his show, it's crazy. Like I talk about his debate prompts all the time, about how terrible they are.
And he actually said, "Okay, come on to Temple." Like he offered that, even though you.
Well, I'm honest. Huh? I'm honest. I don't lie to him.
Yeah. And he's okay with that. He's like, "Okay, I'll put you in Temple."
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. No, I mean, basically what I told him is like, look, I can't make that argument. I don't believe it was self-defense at all.
Yeah, it's not.
And I cannot, if somebody's there that actually believes the same thing that I do, that it was not self-defense, I'm not going to be able to make a good argument against it being self-defense.
Not only that, Grid, if you were to make that argument on Tim Pool, you would have a fucking full-on debate with Tim Pool. You get destroyed, by the way, because it's not self-defense. And then on top of that, you wouldn't gain any subscribers because everybody watching you thinks you're a fucking idiot. They're not subscribed to you in the first place.
Yeah, dude, all I saw were L's. Like all I saw was
I was going to say,
L's, right? Equal signs and L's. Like I could come out mid and then I could go do L's. Yeah, Prime is doing. So it used to be Dylan. Fuck is that dumbass's name? Dylan.
Dillahunty? Is that who you're talking about?
No, Dylan
Mulvaney. No, I'm kidding.
No. No. He's outside our sphere. He's a lefty. Doesn't matter. And like he's a serious lefty. He's got like long black hair. Looks kind of like a fucking weird girl dude. But anyway, not Bane. Dylan. Fuck it. Doesn't matter. So it used to be that guy.
Mm-hmm.
And Prime and this guy used to have a show together. But then there was a girl involved. And Prime lost.
Yeah.
So Dylan Burns, thank you. I've been to the Ukraine Burns. Yeah, Dylan, I've been to the Ukraine Burns. Yeah, that's him. So he used to do it. And for whatever reason, probably because all he ever sent Tim Pool when he was supposed to be sending conservatives was a bunch of leftist idiots masquerading as conservatives.
Oh, yeah.
Tim has dropped him, and Prime is doing the scouting for the most part. And I debate on Prime. I get an invite every week to go debate on Prime. Whether I do or not is,
up to you. Yeah,
up to me. Yeah, but they're not even like, and I destroy them a lot of times. Like I'm like again, basically the way Prime's panel's set up. Have you ever been there? Have you ever seen it?
I've never seen it. To be honest,
you got to watch my show when I'm on there. It's so fucking hilarious. So it's me and Admiral Gibbs are the only two like conservatives. And Gibbs is only like he's he's kind of like a modern conservative because he smokes pot and things like that, and which is fine, I guess. But he's kind of a weird conservative. Chairman of the board says Gibbs is a lefty. I mean, I kind of could. There's a lot of shit that he says kind of leftist, but
probably that's the case, Grid. Like he's not a fucking full on.
I may be the only actual conservative. I'm a conservative.
Bro, to be honest, because I've seen some of those fucking like panels where you have other people there. You're the only real conservative there that I can agree with. All the other ones, they're lukewarm to that shit, but like they're not actually like I'm just saying.
Yeah.
From what I've seen. From what I've seen.
So I'm a constitutional conservative, right? Like I don't believe that drugs should be regulated at all. I don't believe that's a power the federal government should have. Now, if a drug company wants to do that, great, perfect, fine, whatever. But that's not how the government's job is not that. Anyway, so I'm a constitutional conservative. If Lactoid, who is a he's a libertarian ish.
Yeah,
you have
libertarians.
Fabian Liberty, who is a libertarian. You have typically Corey, whatever the fuck his last name is, who is a leftist gay fuck. And I don't like him.
Yeah.
And he never really says anything useful at all, except to be pedantic about like some point that you use in hyperbole.
Right.
There's literally nothing that will piss me off more in a debate than a stupid gay guy being pedantic about hyperbole. When I say it was billions of fucking dollars when it's only millions, I'm being hyperbolic.
Exactly. Dude, you run into so many people like that, right?
Right,
big time.
Fucking hyperbole, you cockroach.
I'll give you an example, Grid. I remember I debated Alex Kirsch on the Ukraine stuff, and I said, Joe Biden, him funding that war, it killed millions of people. He's like, well, Jake, I just looked it up. Turns out, no, it's actually like 900,000, 500
right. Yeah,
people.
It's the same deal.
Like, dude, same shit. What the fuck are you talking about?
And
like, that's what they had to attack.
Let me read this super chat, then I got to do a public service announcement. $1.99 from Otis Driftwood. Brian pops in for invasions and to have a laugh. I think you're right. I do believe that. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to do a public service announcement. You may have strong feelings during this show, and if you decide to express them, remember, you may be told.
Everyone does it. Now you can do it too. Shut the fuck up. Shut your mouth. Shut up. Shut the hole in your face. Like that. You can do it. Shh. Shut up. And shut the fuck up.
All right. Now that we made our public service announcement, I don't normally do that twice in one night, but I feel like it was necessary. So it's Corey or whatever fuck his name is. He's a leftist, and then it'll be, who's the other leftist? Well, usually it's like two more leftists. So it'll be me, Gibbs, Lactoid, Prime, or not Prime, Fabian Liberty, Corey, and then Sociologic, and then usually one more lefty, one more like serious lefty. And it's always and Prime normally joins in. He can't help it. And he'll start raging, and I've lit him off. Like I have stoked the fires of hate so much sometimes. he'll like lose himself, right? Like he just loses his total shit. The last
way, Mr. says fake conservatives paid by progressives. There's a lot of fake conservatives out there, Grid.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think you get on a lot of panels with those. Just FYI there. Go ahead.
Smoking Spaceman, I don't know what Sociologic is always eating. Half the time he makes sense, and the other half he is completely fucking homosexual. Like, I just can't even understand it. Like, I'm like, what the fuck are you even talking about right now?
He's just a homosexual, great.
I mean, you know,
he's just a mag. I gotcha.
well, I mean, I think he's Muslim.
Is he?
I think so. I think so. Not the no. All right. So let me. So you've got Fabian Liberty and Lactoid. They are, in theory, libertarians.
Right.
Fabian Liberty is an ANCAP libertarian, which is the only true libertarians according to him. He's probably right. He knows more about libertarianism than I do, so I'm not going to argue. Then you have Corey, and in theory, Sociologic, who are our two, what do you call them? Leftist.
Right.
And then you'll usually, well, actually, Sociologic's supposed to be like middle of the road, not left or right, you know, whatever. The other leftist is usually Doobie, which I have a great video. You may have seen this. Let me show you. This is really good. You may have seen this because Doobie is such a piece of shit. That right there, that's Doobie. That every single time he talks to me. He's quit coming on, by the way. All right, enough of that.
Bro, what the fuck? What the fuck is that shit? You describe him as a floating fucking
that's me boiling a fucking frog. What do you think it is?
That's what I was saying. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? Okay.
So it's me boiling the frog. And
yeah.
So the first time I ever got so let me get this straight. Here we go. The first time, so Tiki Tac sends that to me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm setting it up in my OBS so I can play it as a clip.
Right. Yeah.
As we go fucking live and Doobie comes in, it pops up. And it was fucking great. Like, you look down and see my picture, and instead of me, it was just I think he got the point that I don't like him.
He definitely got the point.
and he hasn't been back a whole lot. And he doesn't say much when I'm on the show either. So, you know, I'll take my wins where I can get them, right? Like,
right.
If intimidation wins me the debate, I mean, you know, who am I to argue?
Yeah, it's all good at that point. Great.
Right? Yeah, the frog. So great. $1.99 comes in from Otis Driftwood. Homosexuality is wrong. Debate us. Grid knows. You know what? I mean, it is wrong. I mean, it's wrong.
Yep.
I mean, at best, I actually agree with Andrew on this. At best, it's just a really weird form of masturbation.
Hey, Grid, by the way, I had a discussion with Rob Noor after my stream, after everything had happened. I want to ask you this. Mm-hmm. Rob Noor told me that Andrew, and I don't know if this is true or not, but this is according to Rob, that Andrew believes that when it comes to marriage, they're the extension of the flesh completely, like literally. So therefore, a husband literally, this is according to Rob Noor, literally cannot grape a wife. And this is what Rob Noor told me, that this is what Andrew stated to him. And I had a little bit.
I've heard Andrew say something similar to that. So
what's your take on that? Like, this is what Rob told me. I wasn't too sure what he was talking about. I've never heard. He said that they had a debate on that, and I haven't I
haven't found that debate, but let me read this super chat here.
Go for it.
$1.99 comes back in from Otis Driftwood. Brian pops in for invasions to have a laugh. 100%. I get that.
That's
sure.
That's true.
I think I missed that. I want to make sure I get all of them. All right, there we go. She says that to her husband every night. So it could be a Christian nationalism debate. I'm not really sure. So I guess there is a kind of an outlook, right? That once you're married, you are of the one flesh, right?
Right.
You're joined.
Yeah.
And therefore it would technically be a sin it would be some form of sin, I think, for a woman to not submit or fulfill her husband's desires, right?
Right.
So in that case, I think in its strictest sense, then no, I don't think there could be such a thing as marital rape at that point, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like that was Rob like again, I've never seen the debate exchange between him and Rob. The only reason I remember that is because his clips guy actually clipped out that exchange between me and Rob, and I was like, oh, yeah, I do remember that, and it kind of stuck into my mind because they were saying like this was a debate that Rob wasn't expecting, so me and Rob kind of debated it. But my thing was that when I asked Rob, like, okay, if you like, I'm pretty sure you've done this, right, Grid? Like, you wake up your wife with,
Oh yeah.
With that stuff, yeah.
My wife would be demanding too. My wife has woken me up a few times in an interesting way, and I don't have any problem with that. And so I'm not going to talk about this too much because I'm not really sure where the line is.
Yeah, I don't know either. But according to Rob, that
I kind of understand where Rob's coming from.
Mm-hmm.
That,
like, Grid, if your wife said, if she said, Grid, do not wake me up with morning wake up,
morning wood
stuff, morning wood stuff, and then you do it anyways, and then she says, well, I didn't consent to that. Does she have the right to call the cops and have you arrested?
Well, that's a legal question.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That's not a religious.
Yeah, but Rob says that legally that should be the case because she already warned you. Even though there's in marriage, anyways, from my understanding, there's always like a covenant.
Well, I mean, the problem is that I guess where you're at is legally you can do a lot of things that are not sins in the Bible.
Yeah. But
so I mean, I don't have an answer for that I would be willing to try and expound upon on YouTube.
Right. But what shocked me is that Rob actually doubled down on that when I asked him that question. Rob, I mean, you can. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it was kind of like, Rob, really? And he even said, yeah, the Crucible crew is going to crucify me for this because they believe this too.
I heard that. I actually heard him say that a couple of times. And I understand his point of view on it. I guess, so here's the thing. We're separating what should be and what is in, what is, right? What people believe and therefore what is versus what is legal, right? Like, okay, let me put it to you this way. A man comes into your house and shoots your son in the head.
Right.
You shoot him in the head and feed him to hogs. Should you go to jail for murder?
No, self-defense. Like, I'm defending my home.
Should you even be arrested?
The what?
Should you even be arrested? All right. Well, let me throw it.
No, I would say I shouldn't be arrested. It was defending the household.
Yeah, a man comes into your home and seduces your wife, forces her to and that doesn't work, and so then he forces himself upon her. You find out about it. You hit him over the head with something and knock him out, and then you feed him to the hogs. while he's alive, and you revel in his screams of agony as he's torn apart, should you go to jail?
If it was in the moment that I saw that and he was graving my wife, I knocked him out and did something as brutal. I think there should be some repercussions for the aftermath, but I shouldn't be charged for I guess first degree. I think. I don't know. Man, that's a good question.
Right. So
But
I mean, there's a lot of things that I would 100% believe that are fine.
like you would say that my actions would
Legally,
be fine.
Like legally, you can't do it. Like you
Right.
will be arrested if you do it. And
Right.
one of the things that we've gone too far with is this idea of what constitutes SA, what constitutes. I mean, dude, I'm shocked every day that single men such as yourself aren't arrested. I mean, you can be charged with SA just for touching a woman.
Yeah. But I think I choose wisely when it comes to the women that I deal with.
Well, one hopes so.
I would hope so anyways. Yeah.
Right. One hopes so. But let's just say that you're out in a bar and all signs are pointing to yes, and all of a sudden, chick hammers the brakes on, and you push a little bit, just kind of a oh, come on, whatever.
Yeah. Let's do it. Yeah.
And she she convinces a bouncer that you're a pervert, and the next thing you know, you're in jail. Should you go to jail for that?
I don't think so. Now, Grid, can I give you a real life example that I had?
Yeah. I mean, I'm down, man.
Okay, so
I already passed my bedtime, so
yeah, just a real quick story for the audience here. I have engaged with a woman at one point where we were at her house and we were in bed together, and she was saying no, and I was pretty persistent, and her no's turned into yes, 50 no's and then the one yes, and it was perfectly fine with her, and she didn't at the end of the day accuse me of any of that. But I am saying that was a while back ago. But I am saying that if she decided, well, I actually didn't want it, even though I submitted eventually, should I go to jail for grape?
Dude,
even though she was totally for it.
Dude, the way the standard now is, even if she said yes 50 times and no one time, you're hung.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think that's the part where I'm just like, dude, that's ridiculous.
That's the problem I have with Rob. That's the problem I have with Rob's story.
Well, it's kind of a part of the game to a degree, is that you don't take no for an answer, right?
Yeah.
Like men are charming and we have to do that. But at the end of the day, if she welcomed me into her bed, literally in her bed, if she didn't want it, she wouldn't have gone that far in the first place. So in my mind, it was just like, yeah, like she actually does. And eventually she submitted. It was plain hard to get, right? Women do this all the time. So for me to go to jail for that, I think is ridiculous. That's why, like with Rob's take, I think you don't take into consideration the dynamics between men and women here. And
but I understand Rob's take, right? Like, let's just say that. Well, this is where I think where Rob's argument makes sense to me is if you have an estranged wife or husband, or you have you've grown apart, you're sleeping in separate bedrooms now, and all of a sudden, dude gets a little more extra strong morning wood, and he's just feeling his oats, whatever you want to say it, and he throws open the door, bends her over the bed, and just does what
what you do, right?
Does what you do. And then, and she didn't ask for it. She didn't want it. None of that. Does that fall in? Where are we at? Where's the lines drawn?
Okay.
They're married, right? They're married. But here's where I think the thing comes in. Are they living as man and wife? If you're living as man and wife, then I don't see where there's an argument to be made.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
If you're sleeping in separate bedrooms and you have a dead bedroom and you're basically only together for the kids, you have your life, she has her life, and you come home drunk one night and you force yourself upon her, that maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Right. Okay. I have
Let me read
another
super
scenario.
I'll let you think. I'll let you think. Let me read. $4.99 from Otis Driftwoods. The essence of marriage does not have grape. Can a man or woman grape? Sure, but it's not a substantial
act. Yeah.
Act. Problem is government intervention. I don't disagree with that.
I kind of agree with it. Yeah, I can agree with that personally because I mean, like I said. Okay, Grid. Can I ask you another question here?
Yeah, let me read this one, and then get your thought together. All right. Grape, even in marriage, disregards the wife's autonomy. The injustice undermines her dignity, contrary to virtuous character. Well, I like that. I'm going to say that I will side with Heinlein on this. And I'll read the quote in a minute. I got more super chat. $5 comes in again from the Baron of the Board. Temperance, another virtue, demands self-control over desires. Grape reflects a lack of restraint driven by lust or power. Yeah, sure. That's part of romance, Anson. All right, go ahead.
Real quick, can you read Viking Paradigm's chat here?
Yeah.
I've never had an issue with this here because Viking's like a red pill.
I had that issue, but only because I do things with high interest women. So what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll let you read it.
Yeah, I've never had this issue only because
what in the world?
Never had this issue only because I only do things with high interest women. Sure, it's got me less, pee, but I'm more of a qualified guy. Now, Viking is speaking on the perhaps of like what you ought to do, and I get you there. I think Viking's good on that aspect, but I'm just saying when it comes to the legal aspect, and I know you got another super chat coming in. Grid, I'm getting my thoughts in because I want to ask you this before, but you can go ahead.
Yeah, let me read this this next super chat from the Baron.
Yep.
$5 from the Baron of the Board. Grape is cowardly, avoiding the harder path of mutual respect. Maybe. It's a failure to embody courage in the marital relationship. All right, so now it's time for the Heinlein quote. The Heinlein quote is, "Darling, a true lady takes off her dignity with her clothes and does her whorish best. At all other times, you can be as modest and dignified as your persona requires." That speaks to me.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. Oh, no, 100%. But Grid, I want to ask you this.
Yeah, man.
Because I asked Rob Noor this question. Let's say you're not married, you're in a relationship, and like when you're in a relationship, you slap your girl's ass, like anything. And she says, "You know what? I don't like my ass to be slapped."
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You do it anyways. And I asked Rob this. And then she decides to call the cops on you in a relationship aspect. That you slapped her ass and now she wants to put SA on you. Do you think that man should go, get in trouble, even though you guys are in a actual relationship for, let's say, 2 years, whatever, and it's like a normal thing until she decided that's not what it is?
Another $5 from the Baron of the Board. A husband's role includes fostering his wife's growth. Forcing her into submission harms her well-being, which is the opposite of a man's job. I actually kind of agree with that. Here's the quote from Heinlein.
Mm-hmm.
Just going to leave that up there for you guys. Educate yourselves. It's a great quote. So, again, I agree.
Yeah, like he slaps her ass, like he's done several times. She says no. Should she calls the cops? Should that man be arrested for SA?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. But he would be. It's not a question of should. It's he would.
He would, yeah. But you don't think he should, right? The
I don't think he should in that instance. The problem is that it's such a movable goalpost.
It is, yeah.
That I don't.
Yeah, and like Rob was really like he was just like he should. Like Rob was very distinguished on that.
I think Rob's a hardliner on it, and
he is, yeah.
I think the problem is that you have. I mean, this is a problem, right? We continuously bring the government into our homes.
Mm-hmm.
Could it be abuse? 100%. 100%.
Yeah, it could be, sure. But like most men probably aren't going to do that. Like just statistical wise, they're not. You know. But odds are the women wouldn't do that neither. But I'm just like, in this scenario, is that correct? Like, would that be an ought claim from Rob? And Rob said yes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it should be the case that they get arrested for SA. And I just disagree with him on that. Like that's just insanity. And he even admitted, yeah, like the Crucible Crew's here and they're going to go against me on that because that's, I called him a feminist. And he's like, yeah, I'm a feminist, whatever. Like Rob was good faith with it. But, it's just something that I feel like women will make that argument.
And look, I'm saying that, there are people out there that put the pussy on a pedestal.
Exactly. Yes.
And
not saying Rob does that.
Forget about everything that's attached to it. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And some people are good people and some people are absolutely horrible people. This is why you have to be careful about who you marry, the relationships which you form, and the things that you do. You need to be very purposeful in life.
Mm-hmm.
There for a while, I was not very purposeful in life. And I basically banged anything that looked good and slowed down long enough. And it taught me a lot. One of the things it taught me is that no matter what you do as a man, if you get with the wrong woman even one time, women have this innate regret mechanism.
Sure. Yes.
Now, I'm not saying all women. I'm being a little bit hyperbolic, but it is a trait, right?
Mm-hmm. Not all, but many.
Do something that they really want to do, and then they regret it later. Now, this can be argued that this is a modern thing, that it's a result of society, it's a result of societal pressure, it's a result of whatever the fuck, right? I don't know. I have no answer. I can just simply say that obviously the pressure is there.
Mm-hmm.
There's regret involved. There's strong emotions involved. And unfortunately, if you use any kind of bad judgment, you could end up in jail as a dude.
Yeah, you're fucked. Yeah.
You're fucked. You're absolutely fucked. And I don't think women ever really think about that about men. And when men act in a way that women find to be judgmental or whatever, it's a defense mechanism that men have developed.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's wrong. I mean, I personally think that it's wrong. I personally think that if I can't, I mean, one of the reasons I was a degenerate is I just didn't trust women at all. I would rather have had a one night stand or had, just a 2 or 3 week fling and then they're gone. I would rather have that than any form of attachment, just because I knew that the reality is that no matter what I did, there was a strong chance that more drama than I ever wanted could incur in my life.
Yeah.
And I've never been accused of anything. I've never I've never really been even in a position where, well, I can't say I had one like really psycho chick, but I was just like really careful.
Right. Yeah.
Most dudes aren't, because they literally get deadly semen backup, man.
Yeah.
They just their brain goes fucking nuts, and they just can't think. And no matter what else no matter what else you say, it's just and then they do stupid things, right?
No,
and
I agree.
They pay for it. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Grape is wrong. Chair is wrong. A wife and husband are one. I'm not really sure who Chair is. Maybe that's me.
No, I think he's talking about Anson.
Too many. I got you.
Yeah.
Too many grape accusations are not grape. Understand marriage by God and not by God. Believe in God. No grape should have occurred.
So his position is
I understand his position. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Like when you agree forever.
Yeah.
Right. And look, there's some merit to this argument. The merit is that when a man gets married to a woman, he's pledging to take care of her. He's pledging to love, honor, and he does. Men don't love, honor, and obey, but
Right.
love her, honor, provide, take, all of that.
I think he's saying there's pre-consent before from the marriage, right? So I think his position is that a man cannot technically grape his wife and vice versa. It's kind of like it's already a thing when they get married. Now I get Rob Knorr's position. So that's why I said, like, when I told Rob Knorr, I'm like, like when it comes to marriage, I understand Andrew, but at the same time, I think Rob Knorr is misinterpreting Andrew's point of view here. I haven't heard their debate or whatever, but he said Andrew literally believes you cannot grape your wife under no circumstances. I can't say
under no. I mean, there are possibly some circumstances, but I think that Andrew would say that if those circumstances exist, it's probably not. It's no longer an actual marriage.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe
I think that's what Andrew would say.
That would be logical. Yeah. That would be logical. I haven't seen the debate between him and Andrew.
I haven't. I don't.
I don't know, but that was his claim here. So when I was kind of going back and forth with him, I was just shocked about his claim about the SA stuff. I was just like, okay, Rob, like I just don't think Rob understands the difficulties when it comes to men.
I think he's drawing a broad line. Lindsay asked me, did my parents fight a lot when I was a kid? No, they really didn't. To be honest, they didn't really fight. When I was about, I was probably in like 4th or 5th grade, I guess. Maybe, in that area. I might have been in middle school. I was probably in middle school. I had a stepdad. My stepdad was being kind of a dick, and my mom was like, "You either straighten out or, I'm leaving." And he straightened out. So, no, not really. Not really a lot of fighting. Now, my brothers and I fought all the time. We beat the shit out of each other. There was something else that I saw that I wanted to Arctic Timberwolf, I always remember the date. My wife does not, but my wife has. That's just a weirdness about her. She just doesn't remember some things that I think are very important. My deepest sorrows. I don't have any real deep sorrows. I'm sorry. I'm not a sorrowful person. Maybe I should be. When was the last time you cried, Jake?
The last time I cried, it's probably like about 4 years ago. Now, just to admit, I was a little bit of a simp for an ex-girlfriend. Yeah, little bit of a simp for an ex-girlfriend that I thought I was gonna marry. She left me and got with a guy that like 3 months later. But nevertheless, I did cry for that. I'm not gonna lie. But before her, it wasn't. I don't cry a lot. Just FYI.
Was it like a 3-minute like tears run down the face? You dried them off. You went on your life.
Yeah, it was a good amount. It was a good amount for like a day or so, and then it was just I was pretty hurt about it. I was with her for 3 years. I thought I was gonna marry her, and she broke up with me and got with the guy like 3 months later. Grid. So that did hurt.
That's rough, man. That's rough.
It hurt.
Fortunately, you cut the soy out of your diet. Now
I did. Yes, I did.
You were probably eating that kale salad and shit.
Yes, sir. And by the way, Grid, she came back about 3 years later.
Yeah.
And
you were like, nope.
I told her to fuck off. I told her to fuck off. Now, by the way, I did bang her and then told her to fuck off.
Oh, good man, top man.
Yeah, I swear to dude. I swear, I was like, yeah.
I have this theory about women. When women leave you and they come back, my observation, having watched a lot of people, I mean, I've just watched this over and over again. My observation is that all they want is a little dick and a little money, and then they'll move on their way. They're like cats, right? Like then,
yeah.
So,
and by the way, Grid, just FYI, at the time when she broke up with me, I was like a broke musician that kind of lived. I live with my parents and stuff like that. 3 years later, she comes back. I have my home. I'm established as fuck. Yeah. She comes back and I just hit it, and then I treat her just like the woman that she treated me. Like she didn't stick with me, so I told her to fuck off. But that's what it was. But it did hurt at the time. It hurt, But I learned a lot from it. It is what it is, and she's gone, and that's it. That's how it was. But she did come back when I was already established as a, with my house and everything like that. Like 3 years later. So I feel like I got some like poetic justice on her, to be honest. No, and now she's a single mom. Just FYI. Now she's a single mom.
Now she's a single mom.
Now she's a single mom, bro. I swear, dude. She wasn't a single mom when she came to me, and I could have fucking started a relationship. Didn't do that. And then afterwards,
you could have saved her. You could have saved her.
Did not do that. And now she's a single mom. So, yeah.
Dang it, boy.
Ironic how things turn out, Grid.
It is a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. So
I don't know, man. I really have to I really have this really weird I have this really weird sentiment about the idea that women just apparently, come back to dudes. I would really like to understand how many times that happens and it works. Right.
That's a good question. Yeah, like people that actually.
Everybody's saying it's your kid, by the way, since you pumped her and dumped her.
Not my kid, by the way. That was afterwards. She got pregnant afterwards, so not me. And then that guy left her. Like I was the best thing for that bitch. She left, didn't care, whatever. So just saying, yeah. Most of my exes, I am the best thing for them. They just is what it is, great.
And this is gonna sound really weird coming from me, but when I was I think maybe like my junior or senior year in high school, I decided that I hated we broke up and now we hate each other thing.
Yeah.
And so I basically made an internal vow, a choice, if you will, that I would be friends with my exes
Oh wow.
unless there was like unless I cheated on me or something, which I have only been cheated on like one time. So
Yeah.
Naomi says you need a paternity test, Jake, on that.
No,
kid.
I think I'm good. The guy was
timeline doesn't line up.
Yeah, he was Asian, so definitely I don't think the boy looks like me at all. So I think I'm good.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Jerry Springer shows up with the paternity test. And anyway,
Mari, bro, Mari. You
Mari,
are the father.
Okay. Naomi says you look Asian. Dang, she's throwing you under the bus hard today.
Jeez, what the fuck, Naomi?
She's throwing you in front of the bus so that all the tires hit you.
She just really wants me to be the father because, like, she's like, yeah, all men bad.
Good father. Yeah, she just thinks you're a good father.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. So I just really decided that I was going to be friends with all my ex-girlfriends if at all possible.
Mhm.
And so I would like break up with them in like the best, easiest way, I'm just really, I'm just not really there, whatever,
Yeah.
or if they broke up with me, I was like, oh, that's cool. I get it. I'm going to move on now.
Yeah.
And then, like a year later, hey, how you doing? But I never slept with them again. Like never.
Yeah.
Didn't happen. And there for a while, I was like, but it really weirded out when I was in college. It really weirded out girls I dated.
Mm.
They'd be like, oh, who is that? And I'm like, that's my ex-girlfriend from like 2 years ago. I'm like, what?
Yeah, they're gonna trip.
They tripped hardcore, bro.
Exactly.
Hardcore.
Yep.
$5 comes in from chairman of the board. We're gonna change that to Baron of the board.
Anson.
Recycling an ex is fun. They get eager when they realize what they lost. Anson would know.
Yeah. Yeah. It is kind of fun, Anson. I'm not gonna lie. It was kind of a poetic justice after she came back. So
and so I did that for years, right? Like I did that for I did that for like years and years. Where I would do the the friend as an ex thing, and
right.
the only a couple weren't like, and they were the ones that were like bad. They were bad people.
I get you, bro. I get you.
And so I'm just gonna be honest, for anyone that's wondering, yes, the meaner they are, sometimes the sex is a little better.
Actually, grid is actually 100% correct.
I don't know if I'm 100% because not everyone, but large percentage of the time.
Yeah.
The crazy angry ones are just they put more effort in, I think.
Oh yeah. They want to fucking like compete during the sex and shit. It's like you don't even have to compete. Just let them fucking, destroy you, and it's nice.
Yeah. Yeah, women are not friend material. I'm going to cover that in a minute, Anson. $5 come in from Wicked Wally. Jake, I ain't the daddy. No way, no how. Also, Jake, just let me unsquint my eyes here as much as I can a little bit. Oh, dang, son. Dang. That is
good for you, Wicked. All right. Fuck you, Wicked. Or whatever.
Wally.
Yeah. Mr.
Women are not friend material for men. They are for fun or in line to be the next ex-wife. Anson solidly black pilled there.
Yeah, big time.
But look, here's the thing. I didn't say I recycled any of them. I have to think if I did or not. I don't think so.
I've done it plenty of times. You probably did it too.
Maybe like once or twice, but nothing crazy. So mostly because I didn't care.
Yeah.
Like from the time I was like 24 until I was 35, I just didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Like none, zero. Yeah. Like it was like, you want to break up with me? That's cool.
Fuck it.
Yeah.
But-
I didn't expect us to last 3 dates anyway. Like, fuck, I didn't even consider us dating. Like, us breaking up is like news to me, baby.
Yeah. And Grid,
Well,
I'll tell you
fuck.
this, like, I don't think that men and women, like, especially if you're in a relationship, like,
Yeah.
to be friends again, like, I don't think men and women, like, can be platonic friends. Like, it's just not the case. Like, if you're married to a woman, like, it's just not the case.
When
So
you're
he's
an ex,
right.
yeah, but when you're an ex, though, you're not a platonic friend because you fucked her.
You can't be a platonic fan easily.
Yeah. You are definitely not you are not a platonic friend because you're always in the back of your head going, I could still hit that.
I can still hit that. Exactly, dude.
Whether you could or not is irrelevant. Whether
irrelevant.
you could or not is completely irrelevant.
Exactly,
the fact is in the back of your lizard brain.
Yep.
Is like,
I can hit that again. It's fine.
I hit that once and I'll hit it again.
And here's the, it's a funny thing with Anson. I agree with the first portion there. The black pill part is like, oh yeah, they're just like reusable, etc. Like, as far as like girlfriends, stuff like that. I'm not a guy that's gonna say like to tell men like, yeah, like just fuck your ex girlfriends, whatever, or any of that.
I'm not giving that advice. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm not gonna give that advice. However, I know it happens.
I understand it.
I understand it completely, dude. But however, yeah, I know I've lived there in the past and it's fine. But I'm not like at this point, Grid, like I'm older. I'm already in my early 30s, and I lived the rock star life, etc. But yeah, Grid, I'm not a dude that's kind of like looking to kind of coom or anything like that,
Yeah.
So for me, it's just kind of like I get it. I'll say my mistakes, but yeah, at the end of the day, I do want to find a good woman that's gonna be worthy of my children. That's all I'm saying.
See, the thing I think that sucks for women is they're not men, because men can fuck whatever they want and we just don't give a shit. You don't even get emotional about it. It's strictly business. Women really can't do that, and that sucks, man. Like I've always kind of felt bad for women about that, right? Like they're emotional creatures. Like they cry at the drop of a hat. I can't even remember the last time I actually cried.
Like I said, I do remember
because years. It may have been in this decade, but I'm not 100%.
Yeah, I get you. Like I'll tell you this, Grid. Like when my grandma passed away, I didn't cry. Like my grandparents did not cry. Didn't cry. But I did cry when the bitch broke up with me.
See, I mean, look, it's not like I'm an emotional like amoeba, single cell organism kind of thing. Like it's not like I lack them. It's just that when I was happy my grandmother died. She's been on the earth for 104 years, bro.
Wow, 104 years.
Like it was time. Like there was, like I was not unhappy about that. I was like,
she lived literally more than
the
average life.
Great life, man. Lived a great life. I was eating bacon right up until the day before she passed. I mean, how you can't be mad about that, dude.
Yeah, you can't. You can't be sad about it. Yeah.
My brother died of alcohol poisoning about like 2019. And,
okay, so I would assume that would be
younger brother.
Yeah, that would be probably the last time that you.
I didn't cry over that.
Really?
He made the choice. No, dude. He made the choices. We tried everything in the world to keep him from doing that.
Mm-hmm.
What can I do? Where's the sadness in it?
Well, it's because you're a brother, man. I feel like no matter what, like if my older brother thinks the way
it's a tragedy, but his organs were failing, dude.
Well,
I made the fact that he was going to die like a long time before he actually died.
Okay, Grid. Let me tell you this. If my older brother passed away, which my older brother was always there for me, he's taught me a lot. Like, I look up to my older brother, and if he had an issue, well, I guess if he had an issue, he probably wouldn't have been there for me. Okay, fine. That kind of contradicts it. Yeah. But even if he did, and he wasn't there for me, I still feel like I'd be pretty sad. Like obviously I had an older
Well,
brother
right,
that
I
was there
got
for me
you.
and taught me a lot of stuff. And
I mean, I got you, man. I understand, right? I get it.
Mhm.
But if you see it coming, I understand if it's just like such an emotional roller coaster, you don't know, car crash, something like
Yeah,
that.
I would be fucking
Yeah,
heartbroken, dude, if
yeah,
my
right,
brother
right. I get
passed
that.
away now.
But I came to terms with my brother. I knew my brother was going to pass away like months before it happened.
Oh,
Like
okay.
months. Like I mean, I had come to terms with it. And by the way, I don't really get that upset about death because it's just the next evolution. Right?
Mhm.
Like it's just we are put here to die. We do not
Right.
live forever. I was shocked that my grandmother lived to
For
104.
104.
104.
Yeah.
104. And I mean, she spent Christmas with us when she was so her birthday was December. I'm not going to give it exactly.
Yeah.
And she came over for Christmas, and she was 104, and she's like, I won't make 105. And we're like,
Mhm.
well, no, you've got it in you. Don't worry about it. It's fine. But she was,
Yeah.
she was an
Yes.
old lady.
She was a fighter.
Yeah.
But that makes sense though. Like she
My brother, my brother, he was an alcoholic for years.
Mm.
He was a clandestine alcoholic, right? Like so he always had, he always had a steel cup with vodka or some shit in it, and um I the thing that I think the reason that I never cried about it is because I want to think the best of him. Right? Like the personal thing that I believe,
Mhm.
I don't know if there's any actual truth to this. I believe that he knew that his organs were failing. I think that I personally think that he had been to a doctor,
Mhm.
that they had told him that, hey, you have a choice here. You can if we treat you, it's
Right.
going to be horrible. You're still probably going to die, but it's there's just no upside here, right?
Right. Yeah.
It's you're just in for a life of, you're gradually gonna I mean, I don't know.
Pass.
He might have lost a leg before, because of the alcohol poisoning and the organ shutting down and all that.
Mhm.
And the most favorable version I have of it is that he knew it was coming, and that's why he refused treatment. And he died on his kitchen floor.
Oh wow. Did you feel like he was yeah, I'm gonna go out on my own time? How old was your brother when he passed?
He was so 2018. I don't know. He's probably 34,
What? Grid?
35, something like that.
Grid. He was what?
Maybe a little older. Well, because
He was only a little bit older than me.
I was 40. So I was probably 40. Probably, I mean, yeah, I mean,
Wow.
he was 4 years younger than me. So,
Yeah. Wow.
I was probably 48, 49. So,
Okay.
I mean,
Wow.
he was not old. He was, I mean, no, man, he drank, dude, from high school forward. He just drank all the time. And
okay, so you drank for like 15 years straight?
Yeah,
Like high school all the way to
as near as we can tell.
You said 35. Yeah. Okay, like 17 years straight.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. He might have been 40. He might have been 40 something, but I don't.
Okay, 40. Okay. That seems a little bit more reasonable. You said 35 or 34.
Well, I think I meant 45 because I was 40. It's probably 48
Okay, okay.
He's 4
So
years
he's
younger.
probably around 44.
43,
Okay.
44, something like that. Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. Because I was thinking like 35
Yeah,
or
and
34.
he just drank for so long, and
Hmm.
so the way it happened was another reason why I never took it like it was like I never took it as a tragedy, right? Like I never thought it was a tragedy. I thought it was a sad thing to happen, but and so he was sick. Um, my um, my mom had caught him, or not caught him, but had figured out that he was using alcohol,
Right.
or drinking alcohol again, like a lot,
Yeah.
and um, and he had been sick, and she came over to his house and asked him about it, and he said he was okay, but he was really sick, and so she actually tried to get him to go to the hospital, and he refused. So they called the sheriff and said, "Hey, if we call you, can you make him go to the hospital?" And he said, obviously, he said no. If he refuses, if he's alert and can answer, and he says no, I don't want to go, we can't
It's not
force
gonna
him.
happen. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not gonna
yeah,
happen. Yeah.
yeah. And so he went back into the house, and he um, went he went to bed, got up the next morning. He lived with my stepfather's brother. Um, and it was my brother's house, but he was renting a room out
Yeah.
to a family member.
Gotcha.
And that guy, Billy, he left for work. He came home at lunch, and he found my brother dead on the kitchen floor.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I get you. Good. Damn, dude.
Yeah. I think the last time I truly cried was when my oldest son was born, because I never thought I'd be a father.
Okay.
That was 14 years ago.
Yeah, I figured for the loss of your brother, I figured that would be the truly time that you would cry at least a bit, Grid.
No, you know what I did, man? You know what I did? And I was in the middle of some stuff then that I was helping some other people out with, and I they were making really ridiculous demands of my time.
Mm-hmm.
And for me helping somebody, like if you're paying me, that's one thing, but if I'm just helping, fuck off. I went fishing, dude. I don't cry, dude. I don't
Yeah.
I just don't do it. I never really have.
Yeah.
I'm the kind of guy that literally like puts my hand through a glass wall, and I'm like, fuck.
Yeah.
And I don't cry.
And Grid, I understand that. Like I said, like I did cry for my last, that ex-girlfriend, whatever. But yeah, honestly, like I haven't cried since or anything like that. Like I don't feel the urge for that. But yeah, a couple years back, like 5 or 6 years ago, or whatever it was. But that's the last time I can remember. Before that, I can't tell you. But I'm just being honest there.
I think Anson wants to change the subject. He says $5 from chairman of the board. Is Jake an authentic MAGA Mexican?
Authentic, yeah. Fuck yeah.
Does he like those big Latina girls with a massive backside?
Fuck yeah, I do, bro. By the way, the bitch that broke my heart, she had a massive ass. So that's probably one of the reasons why I was heartbroken.
Naomi says that she cried about her ex-girlfriend too.
Isn't Naomi a woman?
Yes, that's
lesbian.
That's the
lesbian. Oh wow, lesbian. She doesn't understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty. I don't think I cried when my second son was born, because I knew what to expect, and I was like super happy.
Mm-hmm.
I was excited with my second kid.
Your first kid, you were kind of a little bit more nervous.
No, I was just overjoyed because I never thought I'd have kids, and right up until the last minute, right up until he was born, I was like, this isn't gonna happen. Like, things like this don't happen to me, and then it happened, and it was cool.
I feel like I'm in the same
Also,
boat.
my wife was in a lot more. My wife was in a lot more pain. So my first child was born. My wife initially refused the epidural, but the pain was just ridiculous, and then she had to do the epidural. And I just watching her go through that.
Mm-hmm.
And there was one point where she was squeezing my hand, and I swear to God, I thought I was going to lose a fucking finger.
How old were you when your firstborn?
40.
40.
Okay. Yeah. I had my first kid at 40 and my second kid at 50.
Wow, Grid. That's wow. Holy kidding.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? That gives me hope because I don't have a kid yet, and I'm already like I'm 32 now, going on 33. So for me, it's just kind of like, I mean, I think I have some hope here. Grid.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you, man. From where I'm sitting, I feel like you're probably about where I was. When I was 32, 33, I was like fucking around with anything that looked at me twice, and I was a total degenerate, all kinds of stupid things.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think I was probably, so I met this girl who was Mongolian.
Oh, Mongolian. Yeah.
Mongolian, yeah. And she had a kid. And she was awesome. And that was when I was around the kid for like, I'd never really been around. I mean, around like friends' kids, but never like around a kid. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so I was like, wow, this isn't bad. So that changed the trajectory of what I was doing. And then I started to actually, instead of dating, to just, date.
Right.
And I was specifically dating to not have relationships. And so I 180'd that, and I just changed the whole metric, and I was like married within a year and a half, 2 years.
Wow.
Yeah. It was just, but I got married when I was 35.
Yeah, but you also had a very young wife.
Yeah, my wife was 11 years younger. And
23, something like that, right?
Yeah, 24. Yeah.
24, dude.
Yeah. Like flawless.
That's what I was gonna say. She's young.
Flawless victory.
That's what I was gonna say. Dude, I don't think most men at that age are gonna fucking like hook up or like marry a 23, 24-year-old. I don't like at this point. I'm not in a position for that.
Like, you can 100%.
Yeah, perhaps, but yeah, I'm kind of out of the dating world. I guess I'm focusing on other things. Well, like online stuff and my job and etc. But
dude, I was working at a race team. I had no life. So my first date with my wife was to the movies. We hit it off.
What movie did you guys see?
Hitch.
If you remember, Hitch.
Yeah,
Hitch, the dating one with Will Smith.
Yeah. Yeah, it's first movie ever.
I remember that movie as when I was like super young and stuff like that. Like, dude, really, the Hitch.
Yeah. So in an Uno reverse card, so my wife was actually here. So my wife only went out with me because she thought I looked good, and she had been in the U.S. for like 6 or 8 months, had no friends, hadn't been out with anybody.
Yeah.
It was just like, basically, I think she wanted to get laid. And
wow, really?
Yeah, I think she told me this years like a couple of years later. She's like, yeah, I just went out with you. I was really only expecting one night stand.
So she was that attractive where she wanted to, bang you on that night.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. And the only reason I went out with her was because she and because this was an online dating website, no apps. We didn't have apps. No apps.
Right.
No phones, no Tinder, none of that.
Yeah.
So the only reason I went out with her is in her profile, she talked about, wanting to find someone, marriage, all, build a life, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And, but, after that night, after the date, we were really never apart after that. We always, after work, the next day, called her, went out, that kind of stuff. Ended up, just that next weekend, I had a race at Pueblo Motorsports Park as a Porsche Club event.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I got to go work this event. Do you want to go with me? And I did it specifically because one of the reasons why I hadn't really been able to have like actual relationships prior to that was I'm always gone.
Yeah, you're always busy, etc. Yeah.
And if I'm dating somebody, when I say I'm going to the track to work, these, women they have great imaginations. And I literally had women tell me that they thought I was just basically hanging out with my buddies and going to strip clubs at night.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, this is actual fucking work. We're here to win.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't like, I'm not over here, throwing back Gatorade and, hanging out. And,
Can I ask you a question, Grid?
Yeah.
So you stated that your wife was looking to like bang you. So she was that attracted to you. Did she succeed on the first date? I'm just saying. Was she successful?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm easy, man.
I knew it. I fucking knew it, Grid. All right.
I'm easy, man. I'm a sure thing. I think that was the other thing. She looked at me and said, "Yeah, that's a sure thing."
That's a sure thing. Yeah.
That dude will definitely do it. And
that's great. That's great.
We got $4.99 from Otis Driftwood. Good to see you still here with us, man. Good.
Still here with us, man. Fuck yeah.
I'm not usually here by this time. I've already pieced out.
I'm sorry, Grid. I'm holding you
right.
hostage right now.
That's all right. I will tear with my mom or dad when I think he says I will tear up when my mom or dad pass. A couple of uncles have drug
addictions,
probably something, drug habits maybe.
Yeah.
I refuse and will be better. Awesome.
Yeah. That's good.
That's really good. Yeah, I've never done any drugs or anything like that, but yeah, so yeah, I mean that's what happened. And we were married 5 years before we had our first kid.
Mm-hmm.
And that was really because, to be honest with you, I was like, I don't know what to do. I don't know if this is going to work. I'm a pretty flawed individual, so
yeah,
I don't know. So. But it worked out really good. It worked out really well, and we've been married now 25 years.
Congrats, man. That's
20,
great.
20 years, not 25.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still, that's fucking amazing. The average marriage rate is like 8 years or 9 years, etc. So you've drastically surpassed that.
Yeah. No, it's gonna be cool, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it's interesting because I've never really thought about like leaving my wife or anything like that. I'm sure she may have. I mean, she's had options for sure. She's wife's hot, but yeah,
for sure, Grid. Like I said, man, I think that at this point in my life, like I'm kind of in that same boat. When you were 32, 31, etc.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, at this point in time, like I'm not really searching too much. I'm just kind of like there. But when the right woman comes around, I want a woman that's submissive and carries my political views.
Yeah, I think you have to really set that. So I didn't really get into the political stuff because it's unimportant to me. If my wife doesn't care about politics at all, like
that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Zero interest, and so it was never. She knew that. She's obviously more traditional conservative.
And she doesn't know it. Like she's not involved with
She's not involved with it. Yeah. I mean, she'll come up with some feminist nonsense every once in a while because
every once in a while. That's every woman. Yeah.
She's been exposed to American women, but
of course.
But I gotta be honest, man, like basically it was the clear definition that I'm only gonna get married once. Like I'm not doing this as I'm not on a starter wife or anything like that. I made it really clear from the beginning that that I didn't know what to expect, but I understood where my flaws were. Like I was building a career, and if you got in the way of that, I'm sorry, you're a woman, and that you're far less important to me than my career.
Yeah,
and you should be a part of it, but you shouldn't detract from it.
Yeah,
and she understood that, and so it's a really rare thing to find now, and I think that's one of the. So you started off with your political point of views, and I think that's fine. But I would I think that young men should start off with, this is where I want to be, and it takes this much work to get there.
I think you're right about that. Like I did start off with the political stuff, but like for me personally, I just want a woman that betters my goals. That's it. Like I don't want to compete with the bitch. That's it. But you're right. Yeah. Politics should be secondary to everything that we're gonna, go through.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I think that it's way more important, right? Because especially for the man, because the man's going to be out of the house, right? You're going to be, I took my wife to the track specifically so that she could see that, no, I don't have hot women in miniskirts fawning over me as I play around with these cars.
Right.
No, we're not going to the strip club every night. Mm-hmm. We're at the track. We're sweaty. We smell bad. We're working our ball sacks off. And then maybe we get a dinner in a nice steakhouse. Maybe. Like, and then we go back to the hotel and pass out and do the same thing the next day. And that's it. Like, there's no, like, this is not a romantic job it sounds really cool, but it's not a romantic job that I have. And it's hard ass work. And so she got this from basically like the first weekend of our relationship. She got to see that firsthand. Like I took her with me, and she stayed in the hotel room with me and everything. Like she was there with me the whole time, and she saw all the shit that happened. She understood how important everything was. And, and I think it's the same in any career, right? Like if I was a musician and I was a serious musician and I was trying to date somebody and be like, hey, I'm not out here for the hookers and the women and, throwing their bras up on stage. I'm here to rock out and make a boatload of fucking money. Right.
Yeah.
And,
of course. And
I think that's the disconnect that most men get into. There's that's the problem I think most men have is they get into these relationships and they're trying to show the woman everything they think that she wants to see, but what she needs to see is what the reality is.
Yeah. And Grit, I'll tell you this, like when I was doing music at the time, because I'm glad you kind of brought up that point. The girl that I was with, the one that I thought I was going to marry, I kind of feel like, she had fun during that time when I was touring Texas and playing music. And I was one of the best guitar players. I could run circles on every guitar player in this environment, bro. I was really good at my craft. I think she liked that. I think she had a lot of fun. Like she was banging the guy that was the best compared to the rest of the environment that was there. Mm-hmm. But after that ran out, after it ran out to where the band, with a band, we always get conflicts with each other. Mm-hmm. And you know, I had to go back home living with my parents, and I had to grow up eventually. That's when she left. You know, the coolness of me kind of left that environment, but at the end of the day, she didn't stick around with that. That's fine. But I think that women, especially when it came to you, yeah, she saw that. And I think with your environment, especially because you were a businessman, I don't think I was a good business musician the way you were compared to your craft.
Yeah, at the time though, I was a technician. Like I hadn't started my own shop. I was still 2 years away from starting my own shop.
But you were making money, probably better money than me at the time. I wasn't making shit, Grid.
Yeah, I mean, I was making enough money. I mean, it was, yeah, all right. Yeah, I was making a little bit of money. I had I had a reasonably well, actually, when I met my wife, I was renting a room from this this girl who was basically stealing from me.
Oh, the roommate. I remember this story. Yeah, I remember the story.
I was too busy to pay attention to what the bills actually were, and then yeah, and so and then my wife and I moved in together in an apartment, and I mean, money was not tight, but it wasn't like we were going out to steak dinners every week, but we had money to go out and do things with, and
right.
You know, so it wasn't, we were not like comfortable. I mean, well, we were comfortable, but we weren't like rolling, right? Like we didn't have new cars or anything like that. And then when I started the business, I mean, it was tough, you know, to get that going. And
for sure.
There were times, you know, that she would like get really stressed out about, you know, some of the risk that I would take. And, you know, so it's a different thing.
But you succeeded on that, Grid. You had the shot clock.
I did. And we're doing it again now, you know, but I mean, it's hard, man. It's hard to do that. And again, I've always been of the idea that either you take the risk that you just do what you do and you just hope that the woman accepts it, or you take the time to say, hey, this is what the deal is.
Right.
Either get with the program and be part of it, and we're gonna have a great thing together, or fucking get out now.
Get the fuck out. Yeah.
Because I don't need a meltdown 6 months from now when I really can't even think about anything, right?
Yeah.
I've got $4.99 again from Otis Driftwood. Thank you very much, brother. Men should teach how to be moral to the young. I realized this years ago. Men need to push more morals in society. Too many cowards I have to fight. I don't disagree with this. I think that when I look back on it, even though I was a degenerate in regards to my relationships, I still tried to act with some morality. Yeah. But I'm not going to say I was a moral person at all. But I tried to act with some morality.
At least you weren't like Destiny level to where it's just like
no.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but I mean, there was even like a method to my madness, dude. I did not date like good girls.
Yeah, the liberal girls that are fun.
Yeah, I would not date like relationship material. Now I wasn't dating sloppy drunks either. I wasn't, you know, doing all this stuff.
Right. But I get you, Grid. Anyways, Grid, I got to get going already, bro.
I got to go too. Arthur Dye is here, so now I got to run away. So, hey, man, I appreciate you coming on the show. It's been a great show. It's been a great night. You know, I'm sorry I didn't get to catch more of your earlier show, but
don't worry about it, Grid. Like, trust me, man. I'm glad you popped on at the end of my show, man. That's why, like I was still dealing with the show. I popped in as soon as I could. But yeah, Grid, fucking, it's always an amazing conversation with you, man. Always, Grid. You are one of my top fucking guys that I come on. It's always a fucking great time to come on here with you, man.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, 100%, Grid. So with that being said, guys, thank you so much for for the hospitality with the chat and everything like that. Michelle, Kat, all you guys here. Yeah, Grit. I'm gonna fucking shoot out already. I got work in the morning.
Right,
yeah, for
sounds
sure.
like a plan.
All right, Grit. I'll talk to you later. All right, have a good one.
We'll see you, man. We'll see you. All right, ladies and gentlemen. It's late. I should be in bed right now. I'm an hour over. It's been a great show tonight. Thanks to everyone who contributed. I thought Glenn was going to pop on. I sent him the link earlier, but maybe he's not really set up right now. I don't know. We'll see. Oh wait, maybe I didn't send him the link. Oh yeah, I did. 8:34. Yeah, I sent it to him. But anyway, guys, let me see. I can't see if anybody's on right now. Let me just check really quick. Anybody is out there live 5x5? Anybody out there, guys? All right. Well, nobody's out there, so I'm just going to end the stream. You guys have a great rest of your night. Respect each and every single one of you. Come back. Well, tomorrow will be the day shift show. I'm going to try and make it. I may not be able to. Yeah, Arthur died. Glenn, dude, it's rough. I talked to him. I need to call him tomorrow, but I tried to call him today, but he didn't answer. He's probably busy. At any rate, guys, tomorrow I've got a lot of stuff going on. I may or may not be able to make it on. I will be on Friday night at normal time. And we're going to explain the new format for the game show on Saturday night. So please, if you want to be a part of that, let everybody know, have them show up. We'll go over everything. It's going to be great. On the other side of that, we've got on Saturday night, we have the Signal Syndicate, the single round elimination debate blood sport event. It's going to be awesome. You guys should come out, check it out. We've got some new rules, new format. I'm hoping it's going to be really, really cool. And in the meantime, you guys be cool. Wear glasses if you need them. And get off my lawn. Night, guys.